Hey everyone, I know it was the late nights with Lenin theme, but we should thank James Cole Cash for doing it. It's such a good theme that right today, like while I was playing it, I was spontaneously dancing to it, like right before. Hold on, let me figure this out. How do we do this so that I'm, oh, this is what I wanted, okay. But yeah, that, how do I make it? Oh, give me 1 minute though. I just want to make it so that like whenever I do something, it does not like, I'll have to put the banner somewhere. Oh, how do you, settings, where should we go? Show at top. Okay, let's see if this works now. No, it's not. Okay. Hi, Gani, and hi, Nate. This is kind of cool. I feel a little low, so let me see if this is better. Tell me if it's worse or better. No, I'm not centered. Give me 1 more second while I get the camera set. Please tweet this out. I mean, I am like a dump. Like I do fact dumps, like lots of fact dumps where it's very informative, but then like my streams don't get like, oh my God, it just depresses me that he can just, people can like get thousands of views, and my fact dumps, I know, don't get that many, but I understand it's like the whole hegemony and blah, 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 blah. Whew. So hi, welcome Nate, Nate Newman. Much better. Okay, so does anyone else notice that A-Nark's argumentative style is just tap the sign that says, read this text that I'm not qualified to evaluate? I'm glad you mentioned this, because this is what I was planning on starting to talk. This is what's going to be our opening topic. So, yeah. So we covered this in the stream the other day, but he mentioned some dumb thing called linguistic drift, which we looked up, and it's some sort of Western philosophy about, I don't know, I mean, it's just some crap out, I guess, Western Europeans, mostly crap. Okay, I'm just going to say it's crap. Okay. So let me just like play the small clip to you about the alleged linguistic drift. Turn, sorry, not linguistic drift, linguistic turn, same thing.
It's rhetoric. That later authoritarians might then transform that rhetoric into justification for their power is not shocking. This is, in fact, what has come to be called the linguistic turn in Russia. In this view, then, Bakunin's critiques are being levied against the risk of what Marx's ideology might become if appropriated by a centralized state.
Okay, let's try this again.
Rhetoric into justification for their power is not shocking. This is, in fact, what has come to be called the linguistic turn in Russia. In this view, then, Bakunin's critiques are...
Okay, so he mentioned something called the linguistic turn in Russia. So after the stream, narrator 00, the narrator 001 asked him, what exactly is a linguistic, what do you call it? The linguistic turn. So this is where the hilarity ensues. Okay. I don't, that's you. Okay. You're the narrator. Okay. Thank you. You made me laugh so much. Okay. like if you want to see a exhibition of Dunning-Kruger Club, this is it. The Dunning-Kruger Club is where you don't know you're in. Okay, yeah. The first rule of Dunning-Kruger Club is that you don't know you're in Dunning-Kruger Club. So, hi Neil, thank you for coming. This is fun. Okay, I like having regulars. Okay, so he said, okay, I wondered what you meant by the Russian linguistic turn. He said, the Bolsheviks rapidly redefined all the words which drove the movement using their new definitions in order to slowly erode whatever crap this is. Okay. So then, oh, wait, where is that? Oh, it gets funnier. Give me 1 minute. I'll find it. Okay, so it gets funnier because let's see. So then the narrator then like asked him, okay, give me an example of a linguistic turn. Where is it? This is so funny. Let's see. I'm trying. Oh my God. Yeah, I found it. Yeah, give me 1 second. Found it. Okay, this is the funny part. Okay. Where did it go? Okay. So then the narrator, okay, now we found it. Okay. So then the narrator said, I need an example here. So, and he said the term workers' control, for example, which workers meant as a continuation or whatever. And then he told me, he put this link. Okay, notice he put this link. Okay. So not to brag, well, actually, I do want to brag because I'm capable of doing this and he's not, or most people are not, I guess. It's called reading, but let me show you what I did. He had a link, right? This like stupid Maurice Britton link. Well, I'm just going to put the link here if I put it in the chat. So I looked up the Maurice Britton link, and so the thing about the workers' control is that let me show you. So this is what I did. I clicked on the link. Then I said, okay, where did he get his citation? From this A.M. Pankat, whatever this is. So then I must always like remind people how awesome I am. By the way, look at how much research I do and how much hard work I do and how little bullshitting I do, unlike the A-Nark. So please subscribe. And then you have to tell your friends. Like, I don't understand like why no one's telling their friends or why your friends are not coming and joining my stream, because it's like awesome. I feel like I should have more people, but c'est la vie. Let's see where. Okay. So then I downloaded her thing. We'll share it on Twitter and Facebook and Reddit and whatever other dumb things you guys do. And make new friends. Yeah, this will be a good. Why don't you start going out to bars so that you can make new friends, so that you can make new friends to recommend the stream too. Yes, go make new friends. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. So let me show you what I did. That is Marie. Can you see this Russian thingy? Okay. It says Fabzavkami Rasi is bar bie za socialticheskuju fabriku. Anyways, I downloaded this source. And look, if you look at Maurice Britton's citation, the first citation is page 9 of the French edition. So, I mean, the Russian edition, it can't be too far. But guess what? This entire chapter that Maurice Britton cites, it says, возникновение и развитие борьбы за фабричную конституцию. Constituцию is the word for constitution, not control. So there's a big difference between workers' control and workers' constitution. Anyways, so I mentioned this. Thank you, John, for sharing this. Okay, so then I mentioned this, but then hold on. It's really funny because narrator got him like even. It was really funny. Okay. Sorry, I laughed because there was a comment there that was really funny. So then narrator continued to push him. And this was funny because Bitsevich said, is pre-Soviet Russian your first language or a language that you're fluent in? So then he ended up just what did he do? Looping. Because he, I guess, did not expect some of us to know Russian words for worker control. And again, this is really funny because she's like, "This is what did they warp and demonize by taking out of control?" To neuter the word. So then I said, why not just this was narrator. It's really funny. He says, perhaps if you give a thorough history of the terms you're talking about, like workers' control, for instance, instead of making assertion, try citing some original Russian documents that seem reasonable to expect given the nature of your claims. Yeah. If you are talking about Russian, oh wait, 4 people left? I'm so depressed. 5 people left. Okay, whatever. Okay, so okay, so then like more people got involved with this thing. Please, more people come. And then okay, 2 people came back. Okay, phew. He said, see, I mean, everyone thinks it's reasonable. If you don't know then you should leave the academic discussion to people who do. This seems very reasonable. Okay, so then he's okay. The text I have linked cites huge number of sources, and thank you so much, Rob Simons. And the reason why it cites a huge number of sources, the funny thing is that the only reason I asked about the workers' control is because I checked the first citation that Maurice Britton cited, and then I checked the Russian translation. I need more hate watchers. How do I get more hate watchers? I want more hate watchers. Hate watchers, come. Can you guys tag some anarchists, and tell them to come and become a hate watcher? Yes, that's what we need to do. Okay, yeah. Can you tag all the anarchists, and ask them to come and hate watch? Who is Bosch? No, but like, I don't know. Okay, if you organize a debate for me, I will do it, but I have to do zero work. Okay. But the thing is that I know I'm going to win, so it's like really, I feel bad almost. Okay. So then this is really, really funny. Because you don't have any arguments. Well, we do. We said that the source that you gave us, that we verified in Russian, that I proved to you by showing you that document I downloaded. Well, that citation number, that was the first citation, and what the dude claimed was not in that chapter. I don't know what else to say. It just was not in that chapter. So he said, you don't, okay. So he said something like, not, okay. You only have this standard in this occasion because you want to make all critique impossible. Это неправда. Я изучаю русский язык, потому что мне нравится говорить о истории русского yeah, but I'm trying to relax. I did Vosh. No, I didn't get any hate watchers with Vosh. I didn't even get that. I'm trying. Like, I'm gonna do all of them. Don't worry. I have lots of time nowadays. Yeah, okay, but this one is just like really funny. Okay, and the thing about this A-Nark is that he literally regurgitates every single argument. Like, all of them are the same. Like, I don't know if there's no difference between any of them, but this one's funny because this is the most Dunning-Kruger I've said. So, like, these standards are not impossible because like I said, all he has to do is learn Russian and then critique. It's not that hard. I mean, of course it's hard, but it's like not that. So he wants to be able to talk about Russian linguistics in the 1917 without studying Russian linguistics in the 1917 by virtue of God knows why. It's like, I don't speak about Chinese linguistics because I don't speak Chinese. So this is where you don't go to Dunning-Kruger Club. But this is really funny because all he did was he kept on citing the same Maurice Britton source, and then some real natural Russian, first language Russian speakers came on, and they were like, okay, tell us what you're talking about. So it just shows you that it was just an example of Stalin being correct again about anarchists, where he says, anarchists show nothing but their ignorance. Yeah, what is it? I know they're so pretentious with their ignorance, because it's funny because they were like saying, oh, they're making fun of me. But I'm sure the worst thing they made fun of me for is that I stutter. My voice is annoying. What else? I stutter on stream. My voice is annoying. Something about me being a former IP lawyer. What's the other one? Whatever. And then they make up crap. So, and I understand, yes, I should definitely punch higher than him, but he just irritates me enough that I want to, yeah, I just need this relaxation today. One reason or another. Yes, I make them feel really bad about themselves, and they should, for being such like dumb dumbos. Anyways, check out part 1, where apparently this is like we only went through
during this period mechanisms of direct worker.
So we apparently only went through 13 minutes in part 1, and I didn't even realize that. I thought like it's like a 1 hour thing, and I had not realized like we hadn't actually gone through much. And they kept on. He's not my Kautsky. Please don't insult Kautsky that way. Kautsky at least was. I mean, I like Kautsky. I mean, I don't like Kautsky, but I feel like bad when people insult Kautsky, because Kautsky shouldn't, like, he was actually a socialist for a time. He knew what he was talking about for a while until he sold out. So he's not my Kautsky. He's my who did, okay, Lenin pointlessly trolled a lot of people, so let's find somebody that Lenin, he's my author to Ruskaya Bogatsova that Lenin trolled for a while. It means it's one of the most pretentious magazines. It's like Russian wealth. Ruskaya Bogatsova. Okay, yeah, I'll say that. He's that, not Kautsky. I mean, like, I even feel bad for calling her Alexandra Okautsky-Cortez. Yes, he's a milk co-op worker. That's a good one. Really good one, Nate Newman. That is funny. Yes, smug illiteracy on their part. Anti-literacy. Milk co-op worker. That's a good one. He's yeah, okay. So let's the first one more critique that I have to address. Oh, you don't let me finish a whole sentence. And so I gave an example. If somebody says 1 + 1 is 45, you have to interrupt and teach them that 1 + 1 is 2. But then he's like, but you're not letting me add the +1. Except if you call the numeral 1 like 32, I'm not going to let you finish the equation. If you're saying, if you draw numeral 1, but then call it 32 because you don't even know what your numbers are. So I'm going to have to stop you and say, hey, you don't know what your numbers are. And this is the reason why I have to stop so frequently and go so slowly, is because most people are brainwashed against the Bolsheviks. So I have to start from in the beginning, God said, let there be. Like, I have to start from chapter 1 every time in order to like short circuit the brainwashing and show you the truth. On top of it, like, they're just so wrong. And so that's why it's going to take a long time, and I'm very slow. But with that, we'll begin. And I think we're going to go, I noticed some new errors. So we're just going to go over about probably 4 minutes of the 13 minutes again. So sorry about that.
For control were being created so fast that the citizens had essentially built the dual power structures that would rival the power of the state. Maurice Brinton explicates this in his work The Bolsheviks and Workers' Control. Soviets and factory committees were appearing everywhere at a phenomenal rate. Their growth can be explained by the extremely radical nature of the tasks confronting the working class. Soviets and committees were far more closely associated with the realities of everyday life than were the unions. They therefore proved far more effective mouthpieces of fundamental popular aspirations. Even the historian E.H. Carr, a scholar who has demonstrated an affinity for the Bolsheviks in the past, had to admit of this period.
Okay. He worked for I know I said this again, but I just want to I can't not do this, but he worked for the British Foreign Services, so he did not have the affinity for the Bolsheviks.
The spontaneous inclination of the workers to organize factory committees and to intervene in the management of the factories was inevitably encouraged by a revolution which led the workers to believe that the productive machinery of the country belonged to them and could be operated by them at their own discretion and to their own advantage. This is to say, throughout this period, the workers were not under the impression that the bodies they were creating were supposed to prefigure a vanguard rulership. They were instead
prefigure a vanguard rulership. That is what Lenin would call phrasemongering. So let's just, I feel like, okay, I'm just gonna go for it. Like, seriously, prefigure a vanguard rulership. I will invite any A-Nark kitty to come and read Lenin for Late Nights with Lenin, anyone. But I'm always welcome to A-Nark kitties coming. I want them, I wish they would read Lenin. Okay. So prefigure oh, I forgot there's a transcript somewhere too, so I'll just send it to you guys. I forgot where. Actually, narrator, he replied once to you with the transcript. So can you please find it, please? Okay. So prefigure, what did he say? Prefigure. Sorry, just give me one more second. He said, okay, Okay. We went a little back. Explicate. I love the way he used the word explicate. What does that even mean? The growth can be, okay, let's see. Okay, throughout this period, the workers were not under the impression that what this is a word salad. I'm so sorry. The workers weren't that the bodies they were creating were supposed to prefigure a vanguard rulership. Like this was literally the most meaningless thing. Like, what does I'm gonna have to go to the dictionary and figure out what like prefigure means, because this is so meaningless. To suggest, indicate, represent by an antecedent form or model or presage or foreshadow. That's what prefigure means. So the workers were under the impression that there were not supposed to the workers, let me share the word salad if I can. The workers were not under the impression that bodies that were okay, are you sure about that? What if Lenin in 1901 wrote about, which is like a good 17 years, wrote like a book called What is to be Done? And in it, he talks about how the vanguard, what the vanguard is supposed to be. I don't know what to ring the bell. I wish I knew what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm so sorry. Yeah, what if Lenin wrote exactly about what the vanguard is supposed to be? And let me get my history of the Soviet Union book out and read from it. I had it just a second ago. Where did I put it? History of the... Give me 1 second. I had it just a little while ago. Found it. Okay. 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 So let me get my history of the Soviet Union. Sorry, whatever this book is. Okay. This is a great book. Let me get out and let's see what Lenin's plan was in chapter 2. Okay. So as early as 1901, he said, this is really funny. Okay, he said, we are in 1901, we are a party of a class, and therefore almost the entire class in 1901 and in times of war, in the period, he wrote this in period, should act under the leadership of our party and should adhere to our party as close as possible. But it would be Manilovism and Taylorism. Okay. To think that at any time under capitalism, the entire class or almost the entire class would be able to rise to the level of consciousness and activity of its vanguard, of its social democratic party. No sensible social democrat has ever doubted that under capitalism, even trade union organizations, which are more primitive and comprehensible to underdeveloped strata, are unable to embrace the entire or almost entire working class. To forget the distinction between the vanguard and the whole of the masses which gravitate towards it is to forget the constant duty of the vanguard to raise ever wider strata to the most advanced level means merely to deceive oneself and to shut one's eyes to the immensity of our tasks and to narrow these tasks. Source: Lenin's collected work, Russian edition, volume 5, page 205. So this is wrong. He said, okay, so A-Nark said that, what did he say? The workers were not under the impression that these bodies that were supposed to like without the vanguard, there would be none of these bodies even created. Like, how do you, this is like the most Dunningest of all the Dunning-Krugers I've ever, wait, that doesn't even make sense. Well, I need a new word for Dunning-Kruger, but okay, let's continue.
Intent upon directly configuring socialist property relations. Indeed, at the very first national meeting of the factory committees in 1917, this spirit of self-determination and bottom-up control was unmistakable in their statement that the factory committees themselves should emanate all instructions concerning internal factory organization, including hours of work, wages, hiring and firing, holidays, etc.
Okay, yes, he's kind of right. Oh my, let's go to chapter, what chapter should we go to? Oh, chapter 7 of the History of the Soviet Union, CPSU. Let's see, where they talk about factory committees meetings. This is really funny. Okay. Is he talking about the Petrograd Conference or the one that happens after the revolution? Because at the Petrograd Conference of the factory committees was held under the provisional government between May 30th to June 3rd, 1917. Greetings, Connie. And at this conference, 3/4 of the delegate. Okay. So, okay, whatever. Okay. Let's, yeah, no, if he's talking about that, like none of this would make sense. In their statement that, okay, so instead they went directly upon configuring. So okay, indeed at first the national meeting in the spirit of and bottom up control was in their statement that the factory themselves should emanate all instruction. Yeah, that's what they did. Okay, whatever. Okay, let's continue. I hate this like revolution, like, okay, this is like assuming that Russian is workers and poor people in Russia are so dumb that they'll let like grifters grift them, but it's really hard to let like if you're a slave, it's really, really, really hard to like trick you.
This was echoed clearly in the anarcho-syndicalist magazine Golos Truda, saying the people demanded total workers' control, embracing all plant operations, real and not fictitious control over work rules, hiring and firing, hours and wages, and the procedures of manufacture. The Bolsheviks, while maintaining views that centralization was necessary, could not be seen to be in opposition to such a state of affairs so long as the revolution was still underway. The factory committees were the fighting bodies of the economic insurrection. The Bolsheviks would even make public statements that the factory committees were the battering ram that would deal blows to capitalism, organs of class struggle created by the working class on its own ground.
Yeah, this didn't sound like Lenin, and then I looked it up. So the narrator actually gave me the clue on where to look this up. It was that Maurice Britton link. So yeah, like I was like, okay, my sixth sense went off. Okay, so okay, so then I looked up the source. It's Pantrakava upside. What does upside mean? Page 5. What does upside mean? I've never. Okay, so okay, so it's that thing that I downloaded, and it was not Lenin. It was like some random dude. But I guess. Oh my God. Oh Lord. Okay, I see what's going on. Okay, so he basically plagiarized Maurice Britton, who was wrong. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so this guy, it seems like this guy is plagiarizing Maurice Britton, who is a British trot who worked for Solidarność or something stupid. Okay. Oh, okay. That makes so much sense. Okay. So this is not Lenin, but okay, it's fine. It's a Bolshevik, so let's just not nitpick. Okay.
Under such conditions of mass worker agitation and direct control, the Bolsheviks swept into an electoral majority, and by October of that same year.
Oh my God, this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Electoral rules when you have a fucking revolution is like so stupid. My God. This is like how it shows you their framing. It's like when somebody is willing to fight a world war on your behalf and you get like elections. I mean, to me, this is what they don't understand. Well, Lenin made me understand this, and of course I'll make you understand this via Lenin, is that like you don't magically get democracy. You need to set up a machinery that will take workers or people's desires and spit it out as policy into account. So just because you have elections, you don't get that mechanism to happen. Yes, we're back to kindergarten. Well, yeah. So, anyways, it's kind of funny because he seems to kind of not understand that like casting a vote is like a lower level democracy than fighting a world war and against 14 empires, like 14 countries, like fighting a world war against 14, getting like 100 million people to fight a world war against 14 countries is a lot higher level of, what do you call it? Expression of popular will. Okay.
Year, the provisional government was overthrown in what is now called the October Revolution. Meanwhile, internal enemy forces, what came to be called the White Army, were beginning to form.
I know I said this again last time and I'm doing a repeat, but what the hell? No, they were the Tsar. They were the Russian Imperial Army, you bleepity bleep.
And the Russian Civil War was brewing. So too were the foreshocks of the Bolshevik sabotage of worker control.
What does, okay, I'm gonna have to look up what the word foreshocks means. So too were the forces of foreshocks. I'm gonna have to look this up. Oh my God. A foreshock is an earthquake that occurs before the larger seismic event. So he's saying that in 1917, Bolshevik foreshocks sabotaged worker control. Okay, I don't even know how to begin with this. Like, this is like an infinite onion of wrong. The first thing that is wrong is that he doesn't know what worker. What? Okay. What? Okay. They do realize that there was like a world war going on and then like 14 countries invading and whatnot. Like, this is like, can somebody just like comment out where I begin with this incomprehension, because I feel like I have to like peel. Okay, so So basically, you go like this. So the Bolshevik. Okay, the first thing he's assuming is that the Bolsheviks were not workers. No. At least with left-wing infantile disorder, they knew what the word terms meant. Okay, so the Bolsheviks were also workers, a lot of them. What happened is that when the workers then like a lot of them were, and it was very democratically selected. So that was like the fact that he thinks like, and it is of course like a really totally fascist stereotype that the Bolsheviks were. Actually, speaking of fascist, let me show you a really funny thing. Okay. So this is so funny. Okay. So so this is from the anti-Semitic snowflake. Okay. So here he says for the first it is Sav means Soviet. Okay, it's Savi. It's like a abbreviation. It's Sav stands for Soviet. Narod is people. Commissariat. So it's the Savnarkom is like Soviet People's Committee or whatever, something like this. But he talks about so then he says he counts the Jews everywhere. He's like 2 the ratio of Jews to not Jews. And then he says that the committee had 11 Jews, 8 Russians, 3 Caucasus people, and 3 like Latvian Lithuanians. Oh yeah, see, and then he goes all Jew counting. Like he's like, okay, Lenin, he was the president, blah blah blah, and then this guy Lunacharsky was apparently a Jew. Larin was apparently a Jew. Schlichmer was apparently also a Jew. Trotsky was a Jew. Landi. Okay, so basically the entire So he basically ends up saying that 1 Russian, 1 Georgian. The committee had. This is the worst one. This is from Alexander Zolsentine. It had 20 members of the Narkom, 1 Russian, 1 Georgian, 1 Armenian, and 17 Jews. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. I needed it. Yeah. And so this is like the idea that the Bolsheviks. So yeah, that is Alexander Zolsenstein. Okay. But this is the idea that the Bolsheviks were not of the Russian people came from. And yes, there were a lot of Jewish people, but if you were oppressed, if you are oppressed as the Jews were back in Tsarist Russia, a revolution seems like an awesome thing and you totally do it because, I mean, yeah. So that's what, I mean, so it's like, there was a lot of Jewish Bolsheviks because the Jews were oppressed. And it's not because it's a secret whatever. But anyways, so the idea that the Bolsheviks were not of the people of Russia is literally like comes from some of the architects of the Third Reich. Okay.
And the suppression of dissent rumbling afoot.
Okay. I'm going to need somebody to make me this graphic, like if you can. So how do I explain it? Let's play a game. We'll call this, I'll pretend to be the government, and then I will, you will then list out what the dissenter would say. So if the government says we want, okay, if the government's policy is apartheid, what would the dissenter's policy be? It would be anti-apartheid. right? So the dissenter would be somebody who says no apartheid. Now, if the government's position is no more slaves, like the Bolsheviks, what would the dissenter's position be? We want slaves. And therefore, under this circumstance, suppression of dissent is a super good thing. Like, I don't understand why people can't get this. It's not that hard. When the government's position is no more slaves and bread for all, the dissenter's position is I want slaves and I want to hoard all the grains. And those are bad people who should be suppressed. I feel like I repeat this whole thing like it's like Stalin suppresses his dissidents. And I'm like, yes, thank God for that, because his dissidents were also known as Nazis. And they don't seem to just get that. Like, it's like not that hard. Like, I don't understand why this is that hard to understand. Okay. Oh my God, 46 minutes and we've only gone through like, we haven't even, oopsie daisy. Okay, let's speed it up.
Shortly after the revolution, at the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets, a Bolshevik spokesman was already at work attempting to bring the workers into obedience to the party, saying, "New laws will be proclaimed within a few days dealing with the workers' problems."
Oh my God. Okay. Okay. This is why I can't, like, I have to stop every 2 minutes because this is so wrong. Let me just show you. Let's go through this again. Okay.
Under such conditions of mass worker agitation and direct control, the Bolsheviks swept into an electoral majority, and by October of that same year, the provisional government was overthrown in what is now called the October Revolution. Meanwhile, internal enemy forces, what came to be called the White Army, were beginning to form, and the Russian Civil War was brewing. So too were the foreshocks of the Bolshevik sabotage of worker control and the suppression of dissent rumbling at foot. Shortly after the revolution, at the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets, a Bolshevik spokesman was already at work attempting to bring the workers into obedience to the party, saying, "New laws will be proclaimed within a few days dealing with the workers' problems."
Okay, so this is where knowing Russian really helps. Because, okay, so in work, okay, so this is, okay, so this is there's a difference between, okay, so workers' problems, as in problems that the workers have, is different versus problems we have with the workers. In English, both of them can be interpreted simultaneously. With the same, but in Russian, okay. Okay, so I don't know where he's getting his bloody citation from. Whatever. Okay, this is the worst thing. The Maurice Britton stupid citation says page 50. So I go to page 50 and it's like not even related to this. So oh God. Okay. Whatever. I'm just gonna but there's two things. The first one is problems. Workers' problems in English can mean it can mean problems that the workers have. And then worker problems can mean that can mean like problems that the government has with the workers, which are two different things. Anyways, this is like I swear to God that Trott, like the British Trott, totally made up all his sources. Like I cannot. Okay. Okay. So, anyways, not that this doesn't matter. Well, but this British Trott. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. Whatever. Okay. Let's continue.
One of the most important will deal with workers' control of production and with the return of industry to normal conditions. Strikes and demonstrations are harmful in Petrograd.
Oh, now I understand. Okay. Okay. Oh my God. So yeah, this has to do with the sabotage. So who knows? Actually, this is actually a really good lesson in how the empire works. Okay. So it was okay. So okay, how do we explain this? Okay. Let's see. Where do we? Okay. Okay. So actually, this is where, if he had understood the author of the pamphlet Solidarnos, he would have understood what was going on. Okay, so we need a map of, okay, can you guys just imagine a map of Russia? And imagine, okay, now imagine like, okay, so basically everything is gone to hell and there's like no border control or anything like that. So anyone can come from any of the hundreds of like surrounding countries in. So, okay, so what happened is that the imperialists, oh man, like, okay, so the way, like you've seen this, in Myanmar, you know how these workers, quote unquote, like go bomb Chinese factories, quote unquote, and so what they do is like it's not hard to like pay some, like Solidarnos, they pay some union worker like money, and then they go wreck equipment like the Contras. So when you have okay, so what happened is that basically you don't understand like the kind of sabotage. So what was going? I let me just make sure it's not. Okay. Okay, so oh yeah, proletarian. Okay, so the first one was that there was something called the Kornilov mutiny, and that mutiny basically was like where they just kind of like give the Bolsheviks an excuse to like crack down on these like idiots, but there was like quite a few sabotage incidents, and oh my God, did you thank you, wait, is it, thank you so much, meme boy, this is so sweet, thank you. Unless this, okay, yeah, so the workers, okay, so in 1918, what they were gonna, wrecking is basically where you take the factory and go bang, 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 bang. But the problem is that it is different in Soviet Russia from Tsarist Russia in that it's not a comprador government, and the Allies are actually warring against them, all 14 of them. So if you like lose a screw, screws don't come from magic. You have to build a factory to make the screw, or you have to import them. You can't import them because there's a world war going on and all the 14 countries hate you and want you to die, literally. So yes, so and then it's not that hard to like once in a while pay some idiot like Juan Guaido to go and like make up some like crazy strike to make it look like and that's what they literally did. So strikes and demonstrations are harmful in Petrograd because Petrograd is so close to Finland, Estonia, Germany, like like if you don't supply the military, if the factories in Petrograd are not supplying the militaries in the front line, the military will die, and then you're gonna have the White Army come and kill everything, like do what Kolchak did, where they cut off people's arms, where they make Soviet skin suits, everything. So this is actually the truth in that these strikes and demonstrations were going to endanger the lives of not millions, if not billions of people. So, like, this is where they think, like, it's like this is where they can't connect these things. Like, oh, so the Petrograd was, like, right under front line, and there were factories there, and these factories needed to, make bullets so that you could kill, like, the white guards. Yeah, like, this is insane. Okay, anyways, let's continue.
We ask you to put an end to all strikes on economic and political issues, to resume work, and to carry it out in a perfectly orderly manner. Every man to his place. The best way to support the Soviet government these days is to carry on with one's job. Indeed, the USSR existed for scarcely a single month before Lenin's draft decrees were issued.
Draft, decree, draft. What does a draft mean? Okay, by the way, compare the draft decree with the actual decree that was passed, and Lenin's draft was not passed. So let me just show you. Just go to Marxist.org, volume, whatever that volume, and you'll see October of 1917. It was in November is when they did it, and you'll see that the draft is different. Why the bleep would you put in a draft when that's not the actual law that passed? Like, it's like, like a lot of people like after they took Lenin's draft, it went over to everyone and everyone else scribbled random crap. So what came out was actually different. So yes, this is indeed the draft, which was not the law. Let me see if I can find the law. Soviet decrees. Okay, found it. Okay, so here they are. Okay, so for the so you'll see, like, in November 14th, there is a decree on worker control, which is what the law that was passed was. Can you guys tag A-Nark and tell him how stupid he is? But the decree is different than Lenin's draft. So suppose that I type, like, you know how when you type in, here's a draft, and then you read it over, you edit it, and then what you print is different than what you type. It's the same thing. This is a draft.
Dark foreshadowing of the ultimate dissolution of the factory committees, and thus any hope for Russian socialism.
Does this guy not? No, this guy does not know what socialism is. Socialism is not when you have co-ops. Socialism is when the workers create a dictatorship of the proletariat. And what is he talking about? 1 month into, like, there was no USSR until 1922. this is still like in the middle of a war. At this point, this is like from what I can remember, the Bolsheviks basically had control of the area around Moscow and the area around Petrograd. That was later became known as Leningrad. But that's it. Like the rest of the country was not under the Bolshevik control at this point. This is still November of 1917. Actually, let me see. I'm just going to see if I can get a map out. Okay, so he doesn't even bloody know what, like, yeah, okay, let me show you. This is really funny. Okay. Okay, can you please please tell him what an idiot he is and he should delete all videos about Lenin because he doesn't know enough. Okay. See this? See, as I said, there's a little. See, this is all they had control of. You see? Most of the country they did not have control over. So I guess, okay, I said a little area between Petrograd and Moscow. I was wrong. Okay, so there was a little bit more. Like, I think it went down to Azerbaijan, Baku maybe. But this, they did not have, this was like all they had, like little blobs. So there was not even a USSR. So it's like, so he doesn't even know the full map of the area that the Bolsheviks had control over. And then the Bolsheviks were able to win control back in a lot of the area, but not all of it. They lost Finland, Poland. Poland was a miss. Oops, did I just say that out loud? Oopsie daisy. I did not say that out loud. I just thinking.
Although it could have been missed, given that Lenin's first decree solidified what the factory committees had already achieved through struggle prior to the October Revolution.
This guy, please read, I will link to it, but we read about constitutional illusions, where Lenin himself talks about the difference between legality and actual power. So, okay, I did say Poland was a miss. I'm sorry. I didn't. Usually I try not to say that too loudly because then you get people who from Poland a little mad at you because you're like, oh, Poland was a mistake, and people are in Poland are like, you could just call Poland a mistake. So they get mad. But whatever, Poland. Did I just say that? Okay, oopsie daisy. I did. Okay, whatever. Well, once you explain the history to them, then they'll agree that Poland was a mistake, though. That's the cool thing. Okay. Finland was a bigger mistake, though. Yeah, so this is an idiot who has not even read Lenin, who talks about how the government's actually kind of power, passing legal decrees is not the same as having power in the hands of the workers. And Lenin literally has a piece, which we read in Late Nights with Lenin, but I forgot which week, about constitutional illusions. And so it's just so painful. Okay.
A deadly poison was included within it, namely that the decisions of the elected delegates of the workers and employees were legally binding upon the owners of enterprises. However, they could be annulled by trade unions and congresses.
Oh, Lord. Okay, I bet you this is that British trot again. Okay, draft decree. Okay, wait a minute. This is the fucking draft. Okay, so this is not even the real. No, this is not even a fucking, this is a draft, so this never actually made it to law. My God.
Further, Lenin's decree declared that in all enterprises of state importance, all delegates from the factory committees were answerable to the state for the maintenance of the strictest order and discipline and for the protection of property.
Okay, this one I checked and I know it did not make it to the final version. And I hope I sent you. Okay, fine. Let's just see. If you go to the actual decree as opposed to the draft, read this decree and compare it to the draft. This section is not in the final decree because they decided not to pass it. Like, what you have to remember is that Lenin was kind of ADHD. Okay, that's my theory that Lenin, because I understand him so well. But he would write a lot of impulsive crap. Спасибо мне, спасибо, let's see. Я хотела бы мне помогать. Is that right? Yeah, I would love some help. Thank you. Just some DM me or tweet at me or tweet at Janet. Actually, tweet at Janet. Well, this is kind of weird, but I once had a hypnotherapist not convince me, but he kind of did a past life regression, and I don't know how it happened, but I saw myself like in Palestine in 1948. But it could be, I don't know if it was really a past life regression or it was what it was, or just me knowing what happened or something. But my subconscious, I like to think of it as maybe it's something your mom's subconscious is thinking about. Like, so if I had, so it could be that. We don't know. I mean, we'll never know. But if it's a subconscious, she could like explain. It might. No, I don't know. I don't think it's a fake memory. I think your mom's subconscious is somehow thinking, for some odd reason, thinking about the Cossacks, and you might want to just ask her a little bit more about like why she's thinking about it and what it means to her.
And what qualified as enterprises of importance to the state?
This did not make it to the final decree. Okay, I'm going to stop.
All enterprises working for defense purposes or in any way connected with the production of articles necessary for the existence of the masses of the population. If these extremely broad requirements were met, any delegate appointed by the workers could be dismissed by the Bolsheviks, and thus management by the workers became utterly subverted to the state machinery. This may seem to have been something utilitarian given the possibility of reaction. However, it can be seen that it was carried out very consciously with the intention to dissolve worker control, and thus to sabotage the brief existence of socialist economic conditions in Russia. Lazovsky,
First of all, when you're like talking about a draft decree as if it was the like the final decree, when the final decree literally did not have this paragraph, there was no, this paragraph does not. Let me just read that part. No, I don't want to read the final decree. The funniest thing about this decree is that look at how Lenin signed it as V. Ulyanov, and then he put Lenin. So he tries to go back to Ulyanov, which is his real name. And then like people it's funny because nobody knew his real name. Everybody knew him of, okay. So actually what they did do is actually like much more specific. But what's really funny is that in the beginning, he tried the Ulyanov thingy, and then that actually led to more confusion. So he'd have to come back and be like, actually, yes, no, this is me, Lenin. My real name is, and he had to do it so often that he just like gave up after about after about 2 months, he just gave up and he's just like, Lenin is my name now, I guess. But let me share this decree. So there's a reason why he's reading the draft decree, as opposed to the final decree. Can somebody please tweet out Why? Okay, I'm gonna do this. Okay, I'm gonna do. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to tweet on stream. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm just gonna tweet this. Okay. And how Stalin is always right about anarchists. They prove nothing but their ignorance. Okay. So let's read this. Okay. So this was the actual decree. Okay. Commit will be okay. Whatever. Organs have the right to control business. Okay, that's correct. Commercial secrets abolished. This one they won't tell you about. Like owners have to show the work. Oh my God, look at this one. The owners have to show the organs of all their books and statements for the current year. Let's see. There is something about SEP. Okay. In all enterprises, the owners and representatives and workers of the workers and employees elected to the committee are responsible to the state for the order. So that makes sense. Responsible to the state. Yes, everyone is responsible for the order, discipline, safety of the property. So not workers themselves, but the owners, the leaders, and employees elected to the worker committee, not just ordinary workers. So this is actually what actually came, which is way different than what A-Nark actually said. It was in the draft. Okay, I'm gonna give John Y. Spinoza like a link via DM, and if A-Nark wants to come and explain why he's such a fucking dick, you can feel free to lying fed. John Spinoza. Yeah, feel free to invite him. Okay, so here's the link. I just sent it to you via Twitter DM, and if he wants, you can give it to him if he DMs you, so he can come and explain why he is such a fucking liar. Okay, so this is different than the draft. I mean, thank you, John. Okay, this is like way different than the draft. So, and here you kind of see that how pro-worker it is compared to yours. For a person guilty of hiding raw materials, and that is important because like if you are guilty of hiding, like, let's say corn when children are starving, yeah, you should be totally like punished. Of falsifying accounts. So isn't like falsifying accounts kind of illegal in the capitalist country too? Like, so are anarchists wanting freedom to falsify accounts? What does 277 mean? Okay. Wait, what is order to some? Okay, well, I'll worry about that later. Okay. And then, so oh God. Oh, not 1 inch. Yes. Okay. That's, that was not part of the order. That was like a slogan, or like you know how to say rah, 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 Nike, just do it. That, oh God. Oh yeah. The 1 inch or 1 centimeter, whatever. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. Like that's where they got legal. Okay. So anyways, so this is so different than the act. So like, why are you obsessing over the draft decree that did not pass? And the actual decree was a lot more detailed. It's a lot more like, it's very fair, and it's really cool actually compared to what workers in America have to deal with. So like, this is where I'm like, okay, it doesn't even matter if he's a Fed or not, but he's acting like a Fed in that he is ignorantly spewing counter-revolutionary stuff. So whatever. Okay, let me one more thing. Let me just look at the name of the dude whose picture he has, and I just want to make sure that he was fighting on Stalin's side and not Hitler's. See, he says Rabisky. I don't know who. Okay, can somebody figure out how to spell this dude's name? This guy. Rabisky is apparently his name. Let's see.
Further, Lenin's decree declared that in all enterprises of state importance, all delegates from the factory committees were answerable to the state for the maintenance of the strictest order and discipline and for the protection of property. And what qualified as enterprises of importance to the state? All enterprises working for defense purposes or in any way connected with the production of articles necessary for the existence of the masses of the population. If these extremely broad requirements were met, any delegate appointed by the workers could be dismissed by the Bolsheviks, and thus management by the workers became utterly subverted to the state machinery. This may seem to have been something utilitarian given the possibility of reaction. However, it can be seen that it was carried out very consciously with the intention to dissolve worker control, and thus to sabotage the brief existence of socialist economic conditions in Russia. Lazovsky, a Bolshevik trade unionist, made very clear.
Okay, his name is Lazovsky. Can somebody figure out if he was fighting on Hitler's side or Stalin's side in World War II if he was alive till
The lower organs of control must confine their activities within the limits set by the instructions of the proposed All-Russian Council of Workers' Control. We must say it quite clearly and categorically so that the workers in various enterprises don't go away with the idea that the factories belong to them. But the factory committees did not intend to go down without a fight. Just after the revolution, they attempted to form their own national organization, meant to establish these directly democratic worker bodies.
Oh my God. This is funny. I know where this is going to lead to. I haven't read the transcript, but I know this is always going to lead to the same
bodies as the rightful managers of the economy. Here too we see the precursor of a form of anti-socialism beginning. The Bolsheviks, for the first time, worked to pit the trade unions against the factory committees. The trade unions, more hierarchical and thus easier to co-opt, would become the preferred worker.
Oh, he noticed something. Trade unions are more hierarchical and easier to co-opt. Solidarność, anyone? AFL-CIA? So that's why actually Lenin dissolves the trade unions. That's going to be so yeah, like who wouldn't want their like very own Solidarność to like overthrow and like, I don't know, kill everyone that moves. Okay, but let's continue. But it's funny, he even notices this main point, but missed this because, okay, so if it's Solomon Lazovsky, can you figure out if he fought on Hitler's side or Stalin's side? Anyone who does not fight on Stalin's side is probably, like anyone who's like not on Stalin's side is definitely on Hitler's side. Okay.
Body for the Bolsheviks as time went on. Thus, they called on the trade unions to renounce the factory committees and to call for full submission to the Bolshevik Party.
What? No, Lord. Okay. Book. Jesus Christ. This is stupid. Okay. Oh my God. Like this is so wrong. Where do we, okay. Okay, okay. So let's actually let's just go to page 214. Let's see. Oh. Okay, let's see. Where are we? Oh, just so we know, on the very first day, peasants were released from paying rent to the landlords, which amounted to more than 500 million, all of them together annually. So like, yeah, see, I mean, like, let's see now. Not everywhere did power pass to the Soviets at once. Like I said, while in the Petrograd, the Soviet government was already in existence, in Moscow, fierce, stubborn fighting continued in the streets for several days. In order to prevent the power from passing on to the hands of to the Soviets, usually anti-Bolsheviks can tend to be Hitlerites, like they're total fascists. Yeah, but let me just, okay, so this, okay, hold on. Okay, so basically Stalin confirms that I was right. As to their desire over the peasant, would definitely sympathize with the Bolsheviks, and so they kind of did a little deal with them. Okay, let's see. Okay, the sabotage was engineered. Okay, let's see now. In order to the sabotage of the officials of the the ministries were abolished and Soviets administratives were placed with the Narsovkom or whatever. There was a Red Army. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay. So let's see. The Moscow Regional Bureau of the party, in which the left communists, Bukharin, Asinskovy, Yakovleva, Stukov, and Manstiev had temporarily seized control and passed a resolution of no confidence in the Central Committee, a resolution designed to split the party. The Bureau declared that it was a split in the party in the very near future was scarcely avoidable. The left communists even went on so far as to say that in their interest in the international revolution, we consider expedient to go. Okay. They were fucking traitor. Okay. In the interest of the international revolution, they declared we consider it expedient to consent to the possible loss of Soviet power, which has become purely formal. So basically what they wanted to be like was they wanted to capitulate to the international bourgeoisie and let all the Russian people become like, look at what happened. Jakarta method. They wanted to have the Jakarta method in Russia, basically. They wanted to let capital come back and kill everything. Literally, what they were going to do is if the Soviets had fallen, you would have had the Jakarta method. Okay. While hatching, okay. So then, holy God. Okay. We're isolated and defeated. Okay. So actually, the members. Okay, so they got the Brest-Litovsk. Okay, so okay, let's read this part. Okay, Lenin held that the chief task at the given stage was to keep account of everything the country produced and to exercise control over the distribution of all products. The petty bourgeois elements predominated in the economic system of the country. Millions of small owners in towns and country were a breeding ground for capitalism. These small owners recognized neither labor discipline nor civil discipline. They would not submit to a system of state accounting and control. What was particularly dangerous and difficult at this juncture was the petty bourgeoisie welter of speculation and profiteering, the attempts of the small owners and traders to profit by the people's wants. Yes, in my Vosh, the first Vosh segment, I go into about like maybe a 1 hour detail of how Poland and Finland were formed. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Millions of these small owners, right? Neither they would not submit to a system. Okay, so okay, let's see. Lenin. Okay, let's see what it was. The left communists acting in conjunction with the social revolution fought Lenin over this question. Bukharin and Ozonsky and others were opposed to the introduction of discipline, one-man management in the enterprises, and employment of bourgeoisie experts. Okay, the thing about bourgeoisie experts is that they were the only ones who literally knew how to read. So if you need an engineer, you kind of need somebody who's bloody literate. Okay, okay, I will hide. No, delete this. This will go to everyone. Please just don't do that. Please, John, delete his email, please. Okay, don't do that ever. Yeah. Let's see what else. The left phraseology will continue to camouflage in their defense of kulaks, idlers, and profiteers who were opposed to discipline and hostile to the state regulation of economic life. So yeah, the kulaks were gaining strength and seizing land. Kulaks fought the proletariat and refused to sell grains at fixed prices. Lenin basically gave them Stalin gave them 15% profit. Lenin gave them like 5% profit. Like it wasn't even at cost. It was, yeah. And then they still burnt the grain seeds. Okay, whatever. Were sent to the countryside with organizing. Okay, so basically the idea, so he basically, what he does, okay, is basically, he seems to not understand that, like it's the same problem. Like the reason why A-Nark said Cuba is the same thing as Sweden, because he doesn't understand how mean the empire is when it strikes back. But let's continue.
The trade unions, as they would do repeatedly in the years to come, obliged. A deal made with the devil.
The trade unions were abolished in 1920. What the bleep are you talking about with years to come? And are you calling the Bolsheviks the devil?
They would eventually come to regret. By next year, Lenin produced an article outlining the intentions of the Bolsheviks proceeding forward. In this article, he explained a need for raising labor discipline, by which he meant that there should be an emulation of the American capitalist.
Yeah, please get it. This is awesome. Please get it. Okay. Yeah, he is thank you, Privyet, my Parisian friend. Yeah, I missed you. I like having you around. I just feel kind of like, I don't know. I really like having you around on stream. I feel like somebody's like watching over me. Who cares? Okay. So let me just this is we care a lot too, Connie. And the reason I'm not sharing what you said is because I don't know what you feel about privacy, but we should definitely figure out a way to talk one day. My favorite Lenin okay. My favorite new Lenin quote is this one. It is I don't know why he did this. It's hilarious, and I just literally don't understand why he did this, but it's this one. Okay. Oh, okay. Allah vidiet из каких рук взял тогда свою сильки. Like, it's like only Allah knows where he got his citations from. That's like, I don't know why he used Allah, but that's literally my new favorite Lenin. I wish we could like recreate Lenin's voice so we could meme this, because this is like only Allah knows. Instead of citation needed, I want to like update this to only Allah knows where he got his citations from. And I still don't know why he used Allah out of. It's just adorable. Allah. Yeah. Okay, so what? Give me 1 second. Okay, let's see. I'm going to take a 2-minute break to get some coffee. I'll make some coffee. So I'm going to put. Do you guys want to listen to a historically themed song or Late Nights with Lenin theme song while I make coffee? I'll just put them. So give me 1 second. Okay, I started brewing the coffee, but I'm gonna have to take another break to get it. Pilsudski had I'm gonna figure out a way to clip it. So after the broadcast, I'll clip it and on its own. But yeah, it was horrific. Okay, so let me. So after the coffee's done, I'm gonna have to go get it again. But why are we talking about Pilsudski? I forgot. Why did we? I forgot. Why did we talk about Pilsudski? Oh, somebody mentioned it as a comment. Okay, sorry. Okay. So, I found. Okay, now. Okay, here is the A-Nark's transcript of this like awful. Like, why would you upload? Like, why would you upload your own transcript if you're going to do something so awful? Okay, here. Okay, so let's now look. Oh my God, this is really funny too. Okay. Oh my God. Okay, let's continue. he's almost like he's utterly no, he is utterly unaware. Like he does not actually understand imperialism, and he didn't realize that oh my God, I swear to God, if you look up, he once cited like this website made by a Pinochet supporter, but I'm not 100% positive. Like I swear he did, but I can't remember enough to say this. Like he has definitely cited some Banderites. Oh yeah, it's like this is the problem with Dunning-Kruger Club, that you don't know you're part of Dunning-Kruger Club. I'm gonna
form of labor control called Taylorism. In fact, he said it plainly.
Okay, let's read another of Lenin's piece where he calls it man's control of machine. No, let's see. The Taylor system. March of 1914. What did Lenin say? So this is like really the most dishonest thing. Okay, see? Taylor system, machines and sorry, Amazon basically. Anyways, so then, oh Lord, okay, so in produce an article outlining but he doesn't mention the article because why doesn't he mention the article? He said Lenin in the article. Okay, so I'm just gonna have to put this like quote in and hope that there is an actual Lenin article about this as opposed to like something that he just made up. But we'll see. Okay, so there is definitely the article called "The Intermediate Tasks of the Soviet Government." So yes, there exists a Lenin article. So let's read what the article itself said. Okay, so they're fighting another world war, is what they're explaining. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Struggle against the bourgeoisie. Okay. Let's see. Where's this nonsense? We must raise the question of what is okay. Oh my God, he's an idiot. Okay. Okay, so the more class-conscious vanguard of the Russian has already in the task of raising labor discipline. So labor discipline just basically means how you are producing stuff. And okay, actually, let me just look at the Russian translation to see if there was any stupid miscomprehensions that can happen. These days, I'm just like going straight to the Russian translation because I'm not the Russian translation. I'm sorry, Russian original. Sometimes with Lenin, it is like with the proletarian revolution and the renegade Kautsky. I swear to God, like he wrote it both in Russian and German simultaneously. Oh, by the way, in America, they would not let authority. Okay, found it. I found the Russian version. Okay, cool. Let me just Leninism. It's called Leninism. Okay. Okay. So it's Lenin's collected work. So let me just okay. Okay, let me just see if what paragraph are we in. Oh, okay. Give me one more second. Let's just do this. Okay. Oh, the first one is okay. So we're looking for the okay. I see. Okay, we're in paragraph. Okay. Okay. Give me just 1 second. Okay. Decret является. I just learned that word today. Okay, where is this? Give me 1 second. It's at the tab. Okay. Tab. Abshi paznut момента. Новой. Okay, found it. Okay. Решаются. Okay, I found it. Okay. Если. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I don't see actually the word labor discipline. I see productivity of labor, but let me just make sure. I don't see the word labor discipline. I see productivity here. Okay. Let me go get coffee and we'll play the Late Nights with Lenin theme song. Okay, here's my coffee. So what? Yeah. Okay, this is kind of weird. Okay, and this is why I have to go so long. Like, see, I have to fact check everything like word by word, and they don't know what the word for product. So labor discipline versus productivity. Like I said, I couldn't. When I can't. I mean, my Russian's not good enough to check on the fly, but I don't. I'll somehow make another video about that. I need to make a video about just mistranslations. I don't think this was a mistranslation though. I think in the late 1900s, early 1900s, early 1900s, I think labor discipline probably meant labor productivity, but whatever. So let's see. So A-Nark is saying, okay, it literally says, the Russian version says labor productivity. But whatever. I bet you this is okay, fine. So he can't even what do I believe? So he can't even bother to know words he's reading.
We must raise the question of applying much of what is scientific and progressive in the Taylor system. The Soviet Republic must at all costs.
Okay, again, much of what is scientific and progressive in the Taylor system, kind of like what Marx did with dialectical materialism, because Hegel was like a total nut job. So what Marx did is he took what was scientific and reasonable in Hegel's methodology and discarded all the crap and all the nut job stuff. So the Taylor system does have some things that has to do with measuring crap. And so he wanted to adopt some of that. So notice he said, we must raise the question, not we must do this. We must raise the question, or we must debate about this. Yeah, I mean, this is like, oh no, this is to reach, I'm not trying, I know that you can't reach A-Nark. This is not to reach A-Nark. This is just to reach people who might be anarcho-curious. And I'm hoping like, okay, a lot of his audience are not like, anarchy, I want to lose. But so if they're just like clicking on it, I kind of want to be on the YouTube suggestion. So basically it's not really to reach him because he's incomprehensible, but it's to his mom. I mean, not his mom. What? It's what am I saying? Okay.
Costs adopt all that is valuable in the achievements of science and technology in this field. We must organize in Russia the study and teaching of the Taylor system.
Study and teaching. Does that sound like implementation and turning workers into Amazon drones? No. And we know why, because Lenin wrote this in 1914 about Amazon drones. So study and teaching seems like a different thing.
Such a system included strict measurement of every worker's productivity, staunch regulations, and a rate of output bureau, which would report and enforce output quotas for every worker.
Oh my God. Tell me you don't understand what a factory is. Workers do not have workers. The entire point of the factory is socializing labor. So each individual worker, it's not like, workers are in an assembly line. So it's not like any one worker has any one output. It's the whole assembly line. Like does he think like factories are a lot of old ladies with like needles who are whip stitching with productivity? No, that's not a factory. So yeah, each worker does not have an output, but the factory should, because that's how you figure out whether or not the machines in the factory are running. Whew, this is like so painful. And he studies physics and he's like, this, oh God.
In enacting such a system, literally formed by the managerial philosophy of capitalism and attendant with a brutal subjugation of...
Did they enact this system? Imagine if there was a website with all the laws that the Soviet Union ever put out, and you can see if they've enacted this system. This is like what you call, it's like I have to think that he's trying to do I have to think that he's doing like he's doing the CIA's job for them, like by defaming the Soviet Union. And the funny thing is that this is like literally Ronald Reagan will do this too. But the thing is that there's nothing anarchy or revolutionary about this. You are literally you are doing Ronald Reagan's job for him. Like you are channeling Ronald Reagan's ghosts. But whatever. Oh my God. Okay, let's look at the next paragraph. The Russian is a bad word. Okay, it could not be otherwise under the czarist government. And in view of the so he is explaining how the czar set up stupid factories that were like helping his inbred relatives, so they were not optimized. And this is the entire anti-communist spiel. They take a mistranslation that's like out of context, where if you read the whole piece, it's actually within the context. And Lenin, sometimes they, like, yeah. My favorite is the deport and shoot the prostitutes one. And then this anarcho idiot was like, Lenin ordered the shooting of sex workers. And I'm like, no. Tsarist Russia did not have sex workers. They had slaves. But what he calls them, if you read the whole sentence, it says deport and shoot the prostitutes of the bourgeoisie from the white army. So by that, he means mercenaries, like prostitutes of the bourgeois, of the Western, no. He says deport and shoot like some sort of prostitutes of the capitalist and bourgeois. So he is asking you to shoot the KKK, basically. Deport and shoot the KKK. Like the white army is literally the KKK. So that's like a big difference between shooting the KKK and shooting a prostitute.
Of the workers, the system of state capitalism was configured in a most coherent and explicit fashion. Lenin said without compunction that, "Today the revolution demands, in the interests of socialism, that the masses unquestioningly obey the single will of the leaders of the labor process."
What? Oh, can you send me? Okay, can you send me this clip if Biden really did call himself a prostitute? Oh no, I remember. Well, no. Let me just. The first thing you have to do with anti-communist propaganda is literally check every source. The original. Always check the original because it's always like so different. Like do not ever trust anyone who's in the West. Literally don't trust, like if they're from anywhere west of Berlin, they cannot be trusted. You have to discard everything that comes from anyone west of Berlin. That's the first thing. The second thing is that look at the original, and then if it's in Russian, learn Russian and then read the thing and then you translate it. And then sometimes about 50% of the time, it's usually like something taken out of context or mistranslated. And then the second one is the source check. Oh God, did he just cite Stefan Bandera? Like you'd be surprised at how many like half the time I just have to throw away sources for citing Stefan Bandera. Like when you call them anti-communist forces as opposed to genocidal fascists who shocked the Germans, but with their I'm a little suspicious of your ability to convey the truth about anything. So I just kind of throw it away. But those are the two things I tend to throw away. And the kind of funny thing is that a lot of people don't realize, like, Lenin has earned my like. At first, I verified Lenin like I would verify everyone, but Lenin over the years has earned my trust. And it's kind of funny, you know, the saying where they say when Lenin's, I don't know if they say this about Lenin or Stalin. They say something either when Lenin's right, he's right. When he's wrong, he's also right. Or is it about Stalin? But it doesn't matter. I had that experience once. So when my old TikTok account was around, this Finnish lady was really adamant about the fact that Mannerheim did not kill 200,000 like ethnic cleansing, like Slavs. But Lenin's figure said about 200,000. So I said, okay, maybe new data has come out. So I went to the Finland's government's website, and it's been about 100 years or more. I went to there, and then now the real number is that he killed about 500,000 Slavs. And so the funny thing was that Lenin had already given a conservative estimate based on what was available then. So when he just kind of said, okay, if it's not if we don't have a dead body, we're not going to call it like a victim. So but then when all this, when time goes in and you find all these mass graves, you realize that Lenin was actually, when he was wrong, he was still right. You know what I mean? That's exactly what I was like shocked that actually Lenin was like, when I checked when I fixed Lenin, like when I had to fact check Lenin, it was that he was super right as opposed to the bourgeoisie were right. And so that's what they mean. When Lenin's right, he's right. And when he's wrong, he's also right. No, I always said about Stalin. I can't remember who said it about that. But it has never happened to me with Stalin, but it definitely has happened with Lenin.
In correspondence with the height of the Civil War, the industries which were now conceived of as being affected by the need of unquestioning submission.
Oh my God. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. We're checking that stupidity. Oh God. Let's see. Should we check? Okay, whatever. Oopsie daisy. I'm searching in Russian. Okay. First of all, he says, no profound has ever, without dirty scum rising to the top, without adventurers, rogues, blah, 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 blah. Without, okay, whatever. Okay, so then he said, only such people after, like, he's like saying that first, we shall go our way and patiently, people who combine loyally to with ability without fuss, in spite of the muddle, get a large number of working together and concertedly within the framework shall be leaders. So this is important. So he's saying like he's not going to let like any fail son be a leader. You have to like test it, and from simplest to more difficult tasks, literally meritocracy. We have not learned to do this yet, but we shall learn. Okay. Given ideal discipline on the part of the part in this subordination would be something like okay. Let's see. In regard significance of individual dictator, whatever. Where is the subordination? Did he just like make fun of anarchists somewhere? I thought I saw he's made fun of anarchists in this draft too. Did he just make up some? I swear to God, I saw him like okay, it's fine. Let's see. Okay. Harmonious organization. Everyone should. Okay. So, but usually people do not think of the fact that application. Okay, in the form of a dictatorship, which is unrestrained by other law. Blah blah blah. Okay. Let's see. Okay, he does make a fun. I swear to God, I saw him making fun of anarchists. Okay. Our government. I love the way Lenin makes food analogies. Our government resembles jelly more than iron. Like even that is funny. But administration. Okay. Okay. Given the ideal class conscious to the will of one. But how can strict unity be? Okay. But given the ideal class on the part of those participants in the subordination would be something like a mild leadership of a conductor of an orchestra. It may assume if an ideal, but it may be, but be as that it may, unquestioning subordination to a thing is absolutely necessary for the success of process organized in the pattern of large-scale machine industry. So this is basically Lenin A narrows this down to large-scale machine industries so that people don't like get their arms cut off because it's dangerous work. And it's kind of like, remember we talked about the this is the anarchist bedtime problem. Okay, I'm going to name this the anarchist bedtime problem, where they think like, oh my God, it's authoritarian because I have a bedtime. But anyways, it's like, okay, or we could call it the air traffic. Like, this is like Lenin asking pilots to unquestioningly obey air traffic controllers so they don't crash the plane and kill everyone inside, including themselves. So so wait, can you, I don't know what I'm doing, but thank you, I guess. I don't know. What, I forgot what I was, oh yeah. So he was, A, takes Lenin way out of context. B, is not even accurate about the piece. So one thing is that, exactly, authoritarian safety regulations, like, don't put your arm into this machine. You're asking me unquestioningly to obey not putting my arm in this machine that will cut off my arm. Oh no. Lenin, we want our workers to have both arms. Authoritarian. I mean, this is like, exactly. And that's the thing, is that if I am citing, if I'm going to cite a piece of Lenin, like, even if I cite a piece of somebody who I hate, like James Madison, I read the whole bloody piece and tortured myself by reading that piece so that I know what I was citing. So this guy literally cited some trot taking Lenin out of context without actually reading Lenin's piece. I mean, that's, can you guys, I get the feeling that not enough people are trolling him because I don't have enough of like these hate views. I need more hate views. Yeah. So can you guys troll a little bit more on Twitter, please? Thank you, Steve. He's afraid of my wrath. Dylan Burns did that with Belarus. Oh, by the way, Lukashenko has a new interview on CNN. Oh God, I wish I could be Lukashenko's like PR person, because I would totally like make him Western interview ready. Because what he does is he like allows, he's like too nuanced and gives long, elaborate answers with all the like the nuance for the Belarusian audience, and you're like, no, Westerners are dumb. You can't do that. But if somebody finds a subtitle version as opposed to a dubbed version, we can watch it together later this week.
And thus would be summarily expropriated from the workers, were to include the mining, metallurgical, textile, electrical, timber, tobacco, resin, glass and pottery, leather and cement industries, all steam-driven mills, local utilities, and private railways.
Is he Margaret Thatcher? Is he Margaret Thatcher? I mean, seriously, private rail. Oh no, the Soviet, like, God.
In this process, all industries were taken out of the hands of the workers. And now, with...
What are you talking about? I mean... Huh? Okay, so there were industries that were nationalized, but that does not mean it was taken out of the hands of the workers. And I don't even know what it means to be in the hands of the workers. Like, as in workers, like, the profit is appropriated, but yes, the workers definitely saw the profits of their fruits of their labor through schools, houses, not having to be slaves anymore to czarist officials, not getting to marry and not having your landlord rape your wife. on the first night, or I mean, things like that. So yes, they saw lots of good things, but what? I'm so
Within the course of barely a year, the workers were already turned into nothing more than military servants.
In 1918, over 14 empires invaded simultaneously. So it was like FDR had a war thingy, like a war requisition. It was like some sort of, like you got to requisition all materials during war because it was a world war. Yeah. So between 1918 and 1920, when 14 bloody countries were invading them at the same time in order to turn the people into mulch, to be literally like like this is the thing that they hate. They hate Russia for the fact that they're not celebrating Lebensraum Day on the last Thursday of November as opposed to Victory Day. I mean, yeah, 14 countries were invading at the same time, and these people had nothing. They had no weapon, nothing, but their souls, basically. So, I don't think you understand the danger. Like, okay, I'm gonna okay. Well, let me just play my. Actually, go to my TikTok, and I'll just send a link. Because I definitely explore. Like, I've been like I put up like 5 or 6 videos of the Jakarta, what happened in Jakarta, and that is exactly what's gonna happen if Lenin were to lose. So start here. Let me just put this link here. It is horrific. Yeah, if Lenin had lost, this is what was going to happen to them, or worse. So just check this out later. But yeah, like it's like he does not understand. Okay.
Everything became a supply chain for the front.
Because there were 14 countries invading at the same time. Lenin had, like, it was it wasn't just Soviet lives, it was the lives of every person in the entire continent of Asia that was at stake. Thank God for Lenin. I mean, because 14 countries were invading at the same time, like it's a miracle that the Bolsheviks were able to win, but thank God for that.
Not at their own direction, but at the demand of the central apparatus.
Because they were fighting literal demons. I mean, yeah, well, I mean, India, South Africa, Australia weren't countries then, so you can kind of ignore that. They were all Britain. The White Movement, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Japan, Greece, whatever the kingdom of Slavs, the Serbs, Slovenes, France. France was okay. France actually we have to double count France for being Poland and Finland at the same time. Germany too. Yeah, 14 different countries at the same time, all over. Our U.S. came from Archangel. Britain came. No, sorry. Britain came from Archangel. U.S. came from the other side. Yeah, 14 countries. Yeah. Yeah, like literally for China too, but because that was Imperial China, Imperial Japan. Imperial Japan came from here. Imperial Korea, Persia. I forgot about that. Yeah, literally. But okay, Persia doesn't even count. That's also England. So let's just call that. All of that is going to be England. But yeah, 14 countries at the same time. So yes, you literally need to have everything given to the front, because otherwise you are responsible for the genocide of everyone inside of your territory. Like, people don't understand how bad the counter-revolution is. On a cost-benefit analysis, to keep the white... Okay, I'm just going to be a little flowy with my language. Just about anything is worth keeping the white devil out. Yeah. It was... Well, I mean, it still was not in their hands if 14 countries were invading. Like, I don't think you understand the power of empire.
And although it might seem tempting, in light of the pressures of the war, to claim that this was needed in order to fight the White Army, Maurice Brinton points out that this period witnessed a considerable fall in production due to a complex...
Because, okay, so let's say that you have a hammer factory, and your hammer factory needs steel. Suppose your country doesn't have steel and you need to import it from Persia. Okay, I'm making this up, it's hypothetical. But then suppose that the British blockade all ships and bomb every ship that comes within like 1,000 kilometers of your country. You're not going to get that steel to make that hammer in your factory, so the productivity will fall. But why are we... I mean, this Brit is stupid. I mean, it's like... This is why it takes so long for me to explain things, because there is so much incomprehension. The scale of the problem is not understood by most people in the West. So I guess, let's see. Actually, let's make a little thought experiment. Pretend it's your house, and you are fortifying your house against about the NYPD. It's just you, and you need to make it last for 70 years. How are we going to do that? So, like, that's the scale of the problem. So none of these is like... This is just like empty... I don't know what to say. It's like he does not... None of the Americans, like, actually comprehend. They may repeat rote memorizations summarizing the problem, but they themselves do not comprehend the problem, if that makes sense.
Complex variety of factors which have been well described elsewhere.
Enver Hoxha... how does it go? Enver Hoxha... Something... I'm gonna have to... I got a copyright strike for playing that song, so let's see. I'll have to... I can't sing, though. What is that song? It goes Enver Hoxha... Find it. It's okay. So it's like Enver Hoxha Tungjat Jeta or something like that. So it's really cool. Okay. But yeah, he built a lot of bunkers. I want to do an Enver episode, but I can't find anyone to be the good. I was kind of hoping his son, but I haven't been able to I really want to do an Enver episode because he's a cool guy. I know that Tito and Enver didn't like each other, but whatever.
The trouble was often blamed, however, by party spokesmen on the influence of heretical anarcho-syndicalist ideas.
No, it was blamed on fucking British and Americans.
While it may be true that popular aspirations held similarities to anarcho-syndicalist ideas, the anarcho-syndicalists as a faction had little formal power left by this point.
Thank God. And this is in German? How is this related to Russia? Oh, I love With the Century. I need to subtitle the audio so that we can play it on stream, because when I tried to play it last time, people couldn't see the subtitles. But Kim Il-sung is awesome. Why is this... Okay, what?
the Bolsheviks had crushed the power of the factory committees, and the anarchist press was being actively dismantled.
Yes. But Lenin called everything anarchist. Okay. So it's really funny. What Lenin did, he even mentions this, where he at first, he just kind of called some things anarchists. And then anytime he wanted to say something was bad, he'd just call it anarchist. And then people would know that it was bad. And even if it wasn't from anarchists, he even mentions this, I believe in proletariat. No, in left-wing communism is where he mentions this, I believe. But yeah, it should be you should suppress all of them, actually. Why? Mostly because anarchists irritate me, but on top of this, they should totally be suppressed just because they irritate me personally. But why is this? I don't get it. Okay. Well, you should, and if you have to use a German source for Russia, that's really sketchy.
The anarchist contingent of Russia was being forcefully driven into obscurity. The syndicalists, which had done much of the work organizing the factory committees, which...
What is he talking about? Everything the Bolsheviks did.
Waged the Russian Revolution before 1917, now had to flee to groups like Workers' Opposition, the Socialist Revolutionaries, or choose to agitate as non-party workers.
Okay, so he's basically saying that they became counter-revolutionaries. So when you have an imperialized country, there is one party for the people, and every other party is sponsored by the National Endowment for Democracy or some British psycho. So, and yes, socialist revolutionaries, there were a lot of people who became the Bolsheviks, but then a lot of them were in the White Army. So he literally is reading the part where these alleged syndical, and also this is a racist cartoon that's borderline anti-Semitic from Germany, but let's not worry about the borderline racist. I mean, this is very racist iconography, but whatever. Google a Serbia must die from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. You'll see there's so much overlap with racism. But this is he literally is reading. He does not understand what he's reading because he doesn't know enough to understand what he's reading.
At constant risk of suppression by the Cheka.
Okay. What year was the Cheka formed? Let's Google this. Okay, so it was formed then. Okay, and Cheka was good. I mean, it was the Soviet. It was a whole bunch of It was let's see, the FBI. Yeah. It was the FBI of the Soviet Union, as in they did federal investigations and undercover operations. But yeah, you should totally suppress counter-revolution. That's the entire point of having a Cheka, is to suppress people who are a threat to your state.
That the Bolshevik centralization and brutal crushing of worker control so quickly after the revolution may have led to a loss of enthusiasm among the masses of laborers, and that subjugation led to the drop in production?
What are you talking about? This is the most insane thing I've ever heard. There was not a lack of enthusiasm amongst the workers, because you know what they did get that they did not have before? Food, immunization, toilets, trains, toilets, clean water, immunization, children not being slaves, children going to school. So it's you are a fucking idiot if you think that these people who for centuries have been oppressed so badly, who've been literal slaves, lose enthusiasm. I mean, like, you can see picture. There's a video where they storm Winter Palace, and this worker like starts kissing Lenin on the hand, which Lenin's not really comfortable of like having people kiss his hand because he's not a touchy person. I get the feeling. So yeah, you get the feeling he does not want people to, but it's because they're so grateful. Like, it's amazing. Like, yeah. By the way, last time I tried to exhibit this, I almost dropped this Lenin statue. Okay. Anyways, okay, Lenin looks at me. Okay. Anyways, yeah, it's like, okay, so you know what Lenin also did during this time? He took land from the monasteries and turned it into homes for orphan children. All these orphaned children, I kissed the monarch's hand. Yeah, this is like fiction. Like I said, I tweeted this out. If you're going to write history, okay, I'll send you a copy of this. I'll have to requisition it from a friend who has a long story, but I'll send you a copy. Don't worry. Yeah, it's fan fiction. He's like, okay, so the thing that he doesn't, his perspective won't even let him see is that, incomprehensible.
Was an idea the state simply could not entertain. Instead, the workers and their desire for worker control had to be turned into a heresy.
Okay, this is what we call projection. No, like, I swear to God, they had more important things like food and not starving and not getting cholera because the water was bad that they wanted. Like, you are projecting your first world perspective upon them when you don't even realize that they did not even have things like, oh, when you died of cholera, that the employer would then, like, let's say that you were going to be paid for 2 weeks or 1 month. Let's say that you died of cholera on June 26th. Guess what? The employer would cut 4 days of wages and send it to your dead wife. So, like, this is literally the baby brain of a baby brain. Such an idiot. I mean, okay. Well, I'm glad I went through the. Oh my God, it's stupid. Okay. I'll continue, and as long as people want to watch this, I'll continue for a little bit longer. I feel like I've gone on so long. It's almost 2.5 hours.
Every time that popular support for socialist policies arose, it would be called anarchist.
What are you talking about? What is a socialist policy according to you? You funny. When the workers have a dictator of the proletariat, every policy that the dictatorship of the proletariat does is a socialist policy because that's the definition of socialism. This is so insane. Like, this is like bloviating fan fiction.
Syndicalist or counter-revolutionary as an excuse to suppress it.
No, I've actually checked so often to, like, every time I've compared the two propagandas, and literally 0 times have the Soviets ever lied. And the US has lied 100% of the time. So what you don't realize is kind of like with Hong Kong. They'll tell you, oh, they're protesting for free speech, but then they don't tell you that they are like cutting off the arms of peasants and like letting them freeze to death. Or, well, in Hong Kong, they threw bricks at old people. It's the same thing. They won't tell you about the counter-revolutionary violence, but then they'll overblow the revolutionary reprisal of the counter-revolutionary violence.
But the socialism that the Russian workers fought to produce was one which afforded the workers the freedom to direct their labor, and they only...
No, the workers just wanted... Oh my God. No, you don't... I mean, this is literally not... Okay, this is what we call projection. This is what he wants. Like, he's like probably unhappy at his job or something, and he wants worker control, and he can't imagine that the conditions, how bad. Thank you so much, Steve. This is so sweet. Thank you. He can't imagine. He can't imagine the depravity of the conditions in Tsarist Russia. Like, just kind of like he can't imagine what happens every single day in Afghanistan or Congo. Just like all of that, which I like just to, it's literally like what people don't understand is that the conditions in like all these places under the Imperial Acts is like a draft of the heart of darkness. It's horrific. Yeah, you don't understand how bad it is. And I don't know how to make people understand how bad it is, but it's literally like a draft of the heart of darkness.
Only tolerated its suspension temporarily. Such a proletarian consciousness, with its practical through line to syndicalist ideology, represented an existential threat.
What? See, this is also okay. Let me see what it says. It says Rasia ne Lyagusha. Isn't Lyagusha a frog? Isn't I want to make sure. Isn't Lyagushka a frog? I just want to make sure. Probably, if it's 19, probably 12 or 15%. Yeah, around that time. And all the literate people, 90% of the literate people are counter-revolutionaries. So I was reading this really funny account of Menzinsky. Let me see if I can find. No, not Menzinsky. Sorry, S.S. Pestovsky. Let me see if I can find it. But he meant, it's really funny. Like, he's like Lenin, just like he just goes to Lenin's, like, okay, so Lenin's little quarters, and then he literally says, "Oh, I once accidentally." It's like, "Oh, I once like took a course in accounting," and Lenin just makes him the secretary, like in charge of the state bank. And then SS Pestovsky's like, "No, I'm not that good." But then he asks Menzinsky, like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm the treasury secretary," or equivalent of that. And then he's like, "What was your call?" And he's like, "I once clerked at a bank in London." So yeah, all the literate people are counter-revolutionaries, and they just kind of had to make MacGyver everything.
The state monopoly, and thus had to be destroyed at all costs. On August 25th of 1918, at the First All-Russian Conference.
Yeah, I was right. Lyagushka is a frog. Oh, okay, so they were definitely counter-revolutionaries. Okay, that sign says that we're not frogs for Lenin's experiment. Like, so if Lenin is an experiment, then what you think is not an experiment is the Tsar. So anyways, yeah.
Of anarcho-syndicalists, they would not mince words. The Bolshevik Party was betraying the working class with its suppression of workers' control.
Who is this alleged anarcho-syndicalist? This kind of sounds like Stefan Bandera or something. Let's see. There is no citation. There literally is no. Oh, wait. They let them have an all-Russia conference of anarcho-syndicalists. Jesus, that shows you how unauthoritarian they are. Anyways, but okay, who cares? Okay, so it's some stupid anarchist who I don't even care.
In favor of such capitalist devices as one-man management, labor discipline, and the employment of bourgeois engineers.
That's all you literally had, or else you'll have to go without an engineer because the literacy rate was 12%. You can't magically make people graduate from like 20 years of university, like 12 years of college plus like 5 years of university plus another 4 years of like special, whatever it takes to become like the engineers. Like, my God. Yeah, that's all you have, like, because you don't have proletariat engineers because there were no schools.
Technicians. By forsaking the factory committees, the beloved child of the Great Workers' Revolution, for those dead organizations, the trade unions, and by substituting decrees and red tape for industrial democracy.
Red tape. Why would an anarchist in 1918 Russia use the word red tape? Me thinks that this is totally bullshit and this never happened because it just doesn't feel like the word red tape would be used. But if anyone, but since it's anarchist, I don't care enough to go fact check. But if somebody knows where his like stupid thing doesn't even cite where it is. So
the Bolshevik leadership is creating a monster of state capitalism, a bureaucratic behemoth, which it ludicrously calls socialism.
Oh my God. And there's that Bolshevik leadership, the 20, wait, what did he say? Zolsenstin. He said something like, what did he say? He said, oh, 1 Russian, 1 Georgian, 1 Armenian, and 17 Jews was in the leadership. I just want to make sure if I got that right. It's like, I forgot what it's really funny. Somebody wanted me to read what is it, like read Gulag Archipelago. Found it. It is not Gulag Archipelago. Sorry, that dude's like, for somebody wanted me to like read that dude's first book like on audio, and we were like, no, we're not doing that, like kind of like what we did with, because he said it was the first great history book, and I'm like, we're not gonna do that. And so we found it. See, he literally counts all the Jews in the Bolshevik leadership. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then the next page, it says, total 20 commissioners in the Narkomov. 1 Russian, 1 German, 1 Russian, 1 Georgian, 1 Armenian, and 17 Jews. So, so why would they use a civil war? None of this makes sense. But he hasn't cited his sources because he writes fiction. But yeah, this is where you like have to be sensitive about. Yeah, I love it when they ask you to read fiction. You're like, wait a minute, this is fiction. Are you going to also ask me to read Sesame Street?
Other anarchists were more measured in their assessment. Brinton paraphrases an article seen in the anarcho-syndicalist magazine Volny Golos Truda, which
Volny Golos Truda. Is that I haven't heard of it. Let me look up this later.
Which was established after Golos Truda was forcefully shut down by the Bolsheviks earlier that year. In this assessment, Lenin and his followers were not necessarily cold-blooded cynics who, with Machiavelli...
Okay, Now, just remember the statistic about the 20 commissioners and one Russian, one Georgian, 17 Jews. And with that, I hope you can hear all the dog whistles. And they say Bolshevik leadership, etc.
And cunning had mapped out the new class structure in advance to satisfy their personal lust for power.
Okay. Personal lust for power. You know where Lenin slept? Actually, I'm going to get out the SS Pestovsky because people need to see where Lenin slept. Oopsie daisy. Where did it go? Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna. Okay. Okay. I know where it is. So I have 2 folders. One called USSR and the other called Lenin. And I was. Where did I put it? It's still fiction. You can love it. It's a good fiction. I like 1984. I mean, but you have to remember it's not fiction. Gadia Bill. I know where. Maybe. Where did I put it? Okay. I just want to make sure. You'll see where Lenin slept. It's really. Found it. Okay. Okay. Okay, so this is the SS Pestovsky. Okay, so this is where he sits. So Lenin. Okay, can you guys see this or no? Let's see. And take a screen. I can pass out the screenshot. You can Google Translate it or whatever. But it says Lenin работал в небольшой комнате на 3-м этаже вакансия коридора. So Lenin worked in the not very big room in the 3rd floor of the last hallway. У двери стоял часовой, like in front of his door there was a soldier, maybe, I don't know, который обязан был не пропускать к Ленину больше, not to live больше, чем по одному человеку, like not to leave more than one person inside for Lenin. Okay, проскочил и я в комнате был, what the hell, отгорожений углекя. So, за перегородки спал. Okay, so basically what he's saying is that in this little room there was a little bit like a curtain, okay, за перегородки спал Lenin. So he was in this little room on the 3rd floor, and he slept in a twin bed behind the curtain. Когда он спал whenever he slept, неизвестно, I don't know, it's not known, как так работал день и ночь, because he worked day and night. But what you notice is that Stalin also slept in the basement of the Kremlin, basement of a Kremlin in a twin bed. I don't know. Is it? He may be. I don't even care. Well, that's the thing. Even if he's not getting paid, he is. So he's either a cuck for the CIA or paid by the CIA. So I don't know. So what did Lenin get from his personal? Nothing really. He lived in like the unheated servant quarters. Like he lived in the unheated slave quarters of, like, everyone moved into the Kremlin and everyone picked like some random place, and Lenin literally lived in the and his wife lived in the unheated slave quarters on the 4th floor. Stalin lived in the basement for some weird reason we don't understand, on a twin bed. And in case you think he was up to any, like, he probably did not even jerk off, because the capitalists had like people's like stalking him 24/7, like looking to create a scandal. And so I bet you he was like so well behaved. But anyways, yeah, like, what personal gain? They got nothing. Lenin was always said he needed to be paid 5 rubles less than the lowest paid worker. So yeah, Stalin's literally a basement dweller, even when he was the leader of the. So this is I feel like this is often anti-Semitic tropes, where it's like secret power of the 17 Jews, 1 Russian, 1 Georgian, and 1 Armenian.
Quite possibly they were motivated by a genuine concern for human suffering. But the division of society into administrators and workers followed inexorably from the centralization of authority.
It's better than the division of society of people who were inbred and related to the Tsar, and people who were not inbred and not related to the Tsar, and therefore slaves. But even this is utter nonsense, because there's nothing concrete about this. So this sounds like just like somebody trying to like do bad propaganda because they can't make a concrete critique. Not even worker wages, just being paid, period, as opposed to being a slave, but whatever. Because he says stupid A-Nark.
It could not be otherwise. Once the functions of management and labor had become separated, the former assigned to a minority of experts and the latter to the untutored masses.
Oh, God. Has he never worked at a factory? Okay, in factories, you have these things called instructions. And you need to be able to replicate it so that future generations or whoever, if you're gone from the factory, your position can be filled by any idiot. So you have to write something called instructions on a manual. And guess what you need in order to literacy? You need to know how to read and write. And only 12% knew it. And the reason why there were untutored masses is because of the fucking Tsar. Whew.
All possibility of dignity or equality were destroyed.
Are you kidding me? They got houses. Under the Tsar, they would, I mean, just Google worker barracks under the Tsar, and it's like disgusting.
However, it didn't matter that they had taken this moderate tone. Volny Golos Truda was shut down by the Cheka after 5 issues.
Good. They were just probably providing like bad propaganda for the West, so I'm glad they shut it down, because this sucks. And this is a little anti-Semitic too, I'm sorry.
Even some fellow anarchists called them anarcho-bureaucratic Judases for daring to question the Bolsheviks. But such condemnations...
Oh, phew. Okay, I thought, oh, never mind. I thought he said Jew. I didn't hear the Das part. I was like, that's why it shocked me. But he said Judas. I'm sorry. I just...
would ring hollow. By autumn, the National Soviet was completely absorbed into the state.
1918. Huh? Yeah, you want it because that's how you get a dictatorship of the proletariat, is by having workers' organizations absorbed into the state so that they can be part of the state and rule. But whatever.
It had no more meetings, and the last direct mechanism of control for the factory committees was therefore dead.
And I don't get this factory committee fetishization.
What remained for workers who wished to steer the ship of the Russian machine were the trade unions.
No, they had the entire bloody state in their hand. Like, that is, and that state would soon get nuclear power. So they had the entire bloody state. Like, that is the best. That's even better than owning any stupid factory. Oh God, he's good. Okay, trade unions. Okay, and then we're gonna hear Emma Goldman and her racist rant. It sounds like some sort of bad Tchaikovsky, a bad rendition of something Tchaikovsky wrote. Is that right?
But they were already a ghost of their former selves. Vast numbers of delegates that had been appointed by the workers had already been annulled by the Bolsheviks.
Huh? I don't understand what this means, but I will figure this out later. I'll screenshot this and I'll figure this out later. It's like, okay, probably because I don't know what just world hypothesis and the secret are, but that's okay. So when you say a vast majority, I always ask, okay, if like a vast majority of leaders of trade unions were suppressed and you think any of them were unjustly suppressed, just name them and let me look it up. And usually when they name them, you realize that I mean, obviously I can't look if there's like a million if there were like a million allegedly unjustly suppressed people, then like any sample size should give you, like if you sample 10 people, or let's say you should sample 500 people, you should get like one hit. And I have not gotten one hit where anyone was unjustly suppressed. And of course, remember, colluding with a foreign power to overthrow your government is treason. So yeah, they'll say millions and then ask them for one. They can't even name one who's not a fascist.
Britain recounts an event in which the Bolshevik politician Vyacheslav Molotov underwent an analysis of the composition of these delegates. Of 400 persons concerned, over 10% were former employers or employers' representatives.
Okay, what he does not realize about Molotov is that his dad was a bartender and he had risen to be like what's the equivalent of the foreign minister. That just shows you like Molotov being in Molotov's position itself. Yeah, whenever like sometimes like people are like, it's funny. I once saw a tweet where like this bad thing is like somebody should throw a Molotov cocktail at the window. I'm like, no. Somebody should revive Molotov and have them yell at him for an hour. Like that is a better punishment. But yeah, I love Molotov. But he was a bartender himself. Also, when did I don't think Molotov was around in 1918 because I think Molotov. How old was Molotov? Okay, he was barely around. Okay, wow, he lived almost 100 years. Okay, so he was born in 1890. So he was around. Okay. Yeah. I have a soft spot for Molotov. Just because he's such a okay, so apparently Lenin once called Molotov stupid, but who hasn't? Yeah. Okay. Is that what he's trying to do? Okay, this is a stupid, irritating music to be emotionally manipulative about.
9% technicians, 38% officials from various departments, including the central state, and the remaining 43% workers or representatives of workers' organizations, including trade unions. The management of production was predominantly in the hands of persons having no relation to the proletarian elements in industry.
Oh my God, the Bolsheviks were not able to have a Borg cube and download 20 years of university knowledge into workers who didn't know how to read in 1 year? Yes, of course, the management will have people who were literate. If you were a worker, you started working as a child because the czar sucked. So, my God. So you're basically criticizing the Bolsheviks for not being able to like download material into people's brains or something in 1918.
The delegate bodies had to be regarded as organs in no way corresponding to the proletarian dictatorship. Those who directed policy
because there were not enough workers who did not know how to read. They literally had to get everything that was idiot. And the fact that Molotov is writing this shows that they were A, conscious enough to understand this problem, and B, they fixed it later when they got more literate people.
Were employers' representatives, technicians, and specialists. It was indisputable that the Soviet bureaucrat of these early years was, as a rule, a former member of the bourgeois intelligentsia or official class.
Okay, remember this when they cry about Stalin's purges. So, and then these same people are going to be crying about Stalin's purges. So at first they're going to be like, Stalin purged the original bullshit. But then you just didn't. Molotov explains how a lot of these people are of the official class. So yes, thank God for Stalin and purging them. So this is funny. This is where they can't make the connection between this and Stalin's purges. So now just remember this, for like bookmark this, remember this anytime somebody talks about Stalin's purges, because it's like, you motherfucking idiot. Stalin's purges. Yeah, like this is what we call Schrodinger's Stalin.
And brought with him many of the traditions of the old Russian bureaucracy. It was not only Molotov who discovered such a thing either. Brinton recounts other independent sources who verify the same.
It's weird when he mentions that Trot Britain. I think the country of Britain, and I'm like, what? And of course, you should definitely ignore anything that yeah, like it's kind of funny how he doesn't even understand that why you can't like trust Britain to be not racist about anything, even Irish people. Like it's gosh, this is
same facts. A Congress delegate, Churkin, claimed, for instance, that although in most regions there.
Can somebody look up Churkin and see if he fought on Hitler's side or Stalin's side?
There were institutions representing the trade union movement. These institutions were not elected or ratified in any way. Where elections had been conducted and individuals elected who were not suitable to the needs of the Central Council or local powers, the elections had been annulled very freely, and the individuals replaced by others more subservient to the administration.
So basically okay, by the way, I checked this page. There was no guy named Perkin in the original. There was like Pazkin, but not Perkin, and he was like making some other statement, but then I could have not gotten the page right or something like that. But there was nobody named Perkin. It was Pozkin, but I could be wrong because it could be the wrong page. And he was definitely making a completely different point about some sort of farm equipment. And but so I checked Maurice Britton's sources, and there was no Perkins in the transcript. It was a Pozkin, but.
Another delegate, Perkin, spoke out against new regulations which required that representatives sent by workers' organizations to the Commissariat of Labor be ratified by the Commissariat. If at a union meeting we elect a person as a commissar, i.e., if the work.
Okay. How come the union meeting becomes the working class? It's this is insane. He reconfigured the word. Also, the Paskin guy did not say this. I literally could not find any mention of anyone named Perkin, but Paskin definitely did not say this because it was something weird. But the thing is that if at a union meeting, okay, how is the union meeting the working class? And why is this an expression? How does this become an expression of the will of the entire working class? That's insane. Of course, if you had read Lenin's Constitutional Illusions, you would have understood that you need to have generally the will of the working class cannot be expressed unless you explicitly build the machinery. But this is like, so this isn't, as far as I can tell, this is like an imaginary quote by some British.
Working class is allowed in a given case to express its will, one would think that this individual would be allowed to represent our interests in the commissariat, would be our...
What if the individual is being armed, being funded by the British to overthrow the government and then enact genocide? Should he be allowed to, even if the workers don't know about this? And you got a lot of those cases. I mean, like, yeah. So
commissar. But no, in spite of the fact that we've expressed our will, the will of the working class,
a stupid union meeting is not a will of 100 million, a country of 100 million people. I mean, yeah, I know this is like a fake Russian, like this is some British trot making stuff crap up, but the crap, like, it is not the will of the working class. You need to, what the hell?
it is still necessary for the commissar we have elected to be confirmed by the authorities.
Unless, of course, he's funded by the British and the British give him a gun to assassinate Lenin. Yeah, they did this. Come on.
The proletariat is allowed the right to make a fool of itself.
This really does not follow. And I swear to God, there was no delegate named Perkin. I could not find it in that document that I checked in the original Russian.
Such an arrangement, as has been laid out here, has no similarity to socialism. And indeed, contrary to those who uncritically praised the USSR, Lenin himself made no such claim.
Don't critique Lenin if you haven't read him. I don't know. Is France worse? I don't. Let me see. Are you guys getting tired? But I do want to finish it because I feel bad that I never finish videos that I start. Let's see. Let me just. I'm gonna motor myself. What is it? Oh Lord, Holy Lord. Okay. We are, this is 26 minutes into the video. So we actually got 13 minutes of new stuff left. Done. I've never done this. 13 whole minutes in 3 hours. Painful. I know. Okay, let's try it. I don't know. This one is a hard one. It's like asking about whether Mussolini. How do I do it? If you can teach me how I can, I will. Like, I don't know how to play it on 0.5.
Claim. In his Economics and Politics in the Era of the Dictatorship of the Proletariat, he said, "Socialism means the abolition of classes. The dictatorship of the proletariat has done all it could to abolish classes, but classes cannot be abolished at one stroke."
Oh my God, Lenin's not a magician. Apparently, that's a critique. Like, come on. Okay, Lenin can't do magic is not a very good critique.
and classes still remain and will remain in the era of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The dictatorship will become unnecessary when classes disappear. Without the dictatorship of the proletariat, they will not disappear. Yet, even this admission was an act of bare propaganda.
What are you, like, this is when you don't know Lenin at all. I mean, he never had trouble with, like, honesty. Yeah, like, I don't know, like, Lenin's, this is, I mean, he had a motor mouth, actually. He's a little too honest often, like, it's kind of like when you don't know Lenin and you kind of it's like, I don't know. I know, like, I read enough Lenin where I understand where I identify with Lenin because he has ADHD. I'm sure he has ADHD, but he did not ever, like, it's also kind of, you have to assume that everyone in Russia is so stupid in order for this to work. Like, Lenin did not do propaganda. I mean, yeah, so what happens is that Lenin was really good at creating relationships, and he created a lot of relationships, and he was good at networking, and he was able to organize a lot of, like, he was able to coordinate a lot of, like, things that sabotage the Tsar. So so he didn't really have the need to do the same kind of Western propaganda. Like, it was meant, the propaganda from the US served different purposes. Like, but you will learn later.
What Lenin and the Bolsheviks had transfigured here bore no resemblance to Marx's dictatorship of the proletariat.
What? So it bore no relationship to Marx's imagination. Come on. This is ridiculous. Like, it's literally, it did not bear any resemblance to some dude's imagination. Reality apparently is not the same as what you might imagine it to be.
As we spoke about in part 1. Instead, what we can see is that Bakunin's most dire concerns had come to be realized. The USSR was now, for the proletariat, a barrack regime.
What is he talking about? Yeah, that is exactly what, like I said, propaganda can have so many different purposes. So you just have to kind of understand how it's being used. My God.
Where the standardized mass of men and women workers would wake, sleep, work, and live to the beat of a drum.
Anarchist bedtime prop.
Red flags, the fawning praise for Marxist theory, and all other considerations were mere aesthetics.
What are you talking about? This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You should read some Marxist theory. My God.
Worker control had become a propagandistic figment.
What? You don't even know what worker control means. If the workers are controlling the state apparatus, it's kind of like trivial to wonder why they're not controlling some stupid factory. Because they all probably read the same idiotic trot, and bring me that. I will actually debunk that too. It's probably the same thing, and yeah. Probably Lenin would have said this.
A promise not only unfulfilled, but actively betrayed by Bolshevik power. Lenin's later statement that the syndicalist deviation leads to the fall of the dictatorship of the proletariat.
That is not what Lenin means. But I just know this because I know Lenin. Let me figure this out where he actually says this. I feel weird, like, knowing so much about Lenin, even though he's dead, and but I mean, but he's a good guy. So, like, this is the problem with Americans: is they have abusive daddy syndrome. They think that all daddies are abusive because their daddy is abusive, and they don't realize that some people have good daddies that they like, and that like contrarianism in itself is not a virtue. It depends. Like if your daddy wants to feed you and protect you from the British, well, he's a good daddy, and it's different than having a bad daddy. So okay. I don't. Yes, Musul syndicalist deviation. I don't know what syndicalist deviation. Okay, let me just learn what a syndicalist deviation is. So in his yes, in the 1921 speech, he just says, okay. Good thing that the party was. All we knew is that we had inevitably merged the party and government leadership. They are merged with and will remain so. The party nevertheless learned a certain lesson which it cannot be ignored. Some platforms mostly got votes of the top section of the party. Some platforms, which were sometimes called the platforms of the workers' opposition, and sometimes by other names, clearly proved to be an expression of syndicalist deviation. Hold on. What exactly is, that's the great thing is Lenin writes for illiterate people, so he'll define everything. So there's nothing vague. What is a syndicalist deviation? Okay. 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 Lenin's okay. Okay. Syndicalist. You will get if you okay. Okay. Actually, let me just. I don't understand what a syndicalist deviation is, but let me try to understand this. Okay. Oh, it's funny. Lenin has explained this in this piece in like 1900. Lenin never not cites his sources. Lenin sometimes you'll see the bold is ours, the highlight is out. Like he literally puts that. Like Lenin never not cites his sources. Let's see. Okay, so let's just see this. Let's see. Okay, non-part and among the okay. Okay, what is the a syndicalist and has been? What is a syndicalist? What is I don't know. What is a syndicalist deviation? Maybe Stalin can do. Okay, let's just. I need to figure this out because it's going to drive me nuts. Oh, okay. Stalin, probably. Give me 1 second. This is like, because it's like, I mean, I don't like critiquing things like I don't understand. And I actually don't understand what Lenin meant by syndicalist and what A-Nark is means by syndicalist. So I'm just gonna. I usually okay. That's the thing. If people weren't so anti-Stalin, Stalin actually 9 out of 10 times expresses things a little bit better than Lenin because he doesn't waste his time trolling random people and being mean and petty. But aha. Okay, found it. Okay, so it's okay. Cool. It's in here. The history of the Soviet Union or USSR. So there is a chapter on this. Where is it? Hold on. Sorry. Chapter 9. Okay. 248. Okay, so this is what he says. The work of peaceful was undertaken after the Civil War. Even worse, the plight of which was which was in a state of complete dislocation. The large-scale industry in 1920 was a little over 1/7 of the pre-war. Most mills and factories were at a standstill, and the mines and collieries were wrecked and flooded, as in bombed, destroyed, flooded. The gravest of all was the condition of the iron and steel industry. There was a shortage of fuel Transport was disrupted. Stocks of metal and textiles in the country were nearly exhausted. There was an acute shortage of all this crap. Well, the people put up with the shortage, and some were even oblivious to it. But now that the war, it became intolerable. Let's see. Okay, so the British were at it again. Okay. Okay. So the syndicalist deviation is where Stalin. Well, okay, no. Okay, so what Stalin did is he got all the old people in 1938 who were retired to go write a part of the history of the CPSU, and then all the old people wrote it together, and he published it. So yeah, but okay, so instead, so what Lenin considers dictatorship is where you have something like Amazon, but is nationalized. So they control production from start to finish, like a nationalized version of Amazon. Syndicalist is where you want to have little shops, a billion of them, and basically a lot of co-ops, like a dictatorship of the co-ops. And Lenin says that syndicalist deviation leads, so having dictatorships of the co-ops leads to the fall of the dictatorship of the proletariat. So that's basically it. It took me a little while. Sorry. I had to see, Stalin can always explain better than Lenin because he doesn't waste his time trolling. But Stalin is also polite and doesn't waste his time trolling. So then you're less entertaining than Lenin.
Can really be interpreted as the demands of the workers to control the means of production requires the dissolution of the state. A fact
Are you crazy? This is the... Are you nuts? So he basically defines socialism as a place without a state. So you have a stupid utopian, just because you have a stupid definition of socialism that's not grounded in reality. Like, it's, yeah, okay, how are you going to get there? This is so stupid. Okay, whatever.
That it is unfortunate a more sizable majority of the populace did not recognize. Malatesta, watching from afar in Spain,
Malatesta actually makes up this platformism after he sees Mussolini come to power. This is after Lenin's dead, and he's like, I was wrong, Lenin's right. He even writes a letter to Nestor Makhno where they both kind of acknowledge that they were wrong and Lenin's right. And then because he was suppressed in Mussolini's Italy, he had to like make up a code word called platformism. So literally Malatesta later agreed that Lenin was right and he was wrong.
could also see what was taking place in 1919 when he said, "What we have is the dictatorship of one party, or rather of one party's leaders, a genuine dictatorship with
the leaders who are 17 Jews, 1 Russian, 1 Armenian, and 1 Georgian.
its decrees, its penal sanctions, its henchmen, and, above all, its armed forces, which are, at present, also deployed in the defense of the revolution against its external enemies, but which will tomorrow be..."
This is hypotheticals. Who cares what it'll be tomorrow? Getting rid of the British is a great first step.
Used to impose the dictator's will upon the workers, to apply a brake on revolution, to consolidate the new interests in the process of emerging and protect a new privileged class against the masses. He could not even have known how right he was.
Except look at Malatesta's letter to Nestor Makhno in 1924 after Mussolini comes in power, and he more or less agrees that Lenin was right and he was wrong, and he literally does this like he has to do this weird translation of like what is to be done, but using all these code words, and calls it platformism because Mussolini won't let him do this. But you'll see Malatesta and Nestor Makhno denounces his gang of thugs or whatever, and he also admits that he was wrong. Lenin was right before he died.
Not tomorrow, as he said, but at the very moments he made this statement. And although those...
Okay, so this is probably the, one Georgian. Is this the one Russian? Who's the one Armenian? Everyone else is apparently Jewish in this.
Those who seek to make excuses for this Bolshevik counter-revolution may have claimed...
Counter-revolution from the Tsar. Oh my God.
Claimed that it was necessary to consolidate a military discipline to defeat the White Army. By 1920, the Civil War was essentially over.
No, it was not. It was over in 1921. Essentially is not the same thing when it's the bloody British. You know what I mean? Essentially is not literally not the same thing as when it's the bloody British and the Americans and the French. Oh, and there are arming people who are making Soviet skin suits. Google Finland Soviet skin.
Indeed, very little resistance remained of the White Army or any interlocutors.
Thank God for that.
Yet, as Brinton recounts, at the gathering of the Bolshevik faction, Lenin and Trotsky together urge acceptance of the militarization of labor. Only 2 of 60 or more Bolshevik trade union leaders support them. Never before had Trotsky or Lenin met.
Now, it's meant to show you how cruel the White Army was. People don't comprehend the cruelty of the White Army. So this is for idiots. It's not for you. Don't literally Google it. Just understand that that's meant for people to see it with their own 2 eyes of how depraved and cruel and what they were fighting against.
With so striking a rebuff. Trotsky, however, was known to have said that the working class cannot be left wandering all over Russia. They must be thrown here and there, appointed, commanded, just like soldiers. Compulsion of labor will reach the highest degree of intensity during the transition.
Wait a minute. Didn't they determine that Trotsky was a traitor because he had he was just... Didn't they purge Trotsky because he was a fucking bleeping traitor? I mean, the U.S. You can't understand the depth of the attacks that they continue to do to Russia even now. But yeah, Trotsky. Okay. Also, I bet you Trotsky did not say concentration camps. This sounds like a fake quote. I have Trotsky bloviates, but this is not Trotsky's voice. It's a weird translation or a fake quote.
Transition from capitalism to socialism. Deserters from labor ought to be formed into punitive battalions or put into concentration camps. Then, later in the year, as the workers were becoming angered at their treatment, the militarization of labor is the indispensable basic method for the organization of our labor forces. And is it true that compulsory labor is always unproductive? This is the most wretched...
Oh no, this is okay. Okay, so basically it's like deploying useless czarist officials to I don't know, build fences or something stupid like that. Whatever. Okay. Okay, this is way out of... I hate having to defend this traitor, but this is way out of context of what he said. And I don't even know if it was the right translation, but it's way, way, way out of context.
And miserable liberal prejudice. Chattel slavery too was productive. Compulsory slave labor was, in its time, a progressive phenomenon. Labor obligatory for the whole...
See the dot? That's a lot of missing context. And this, right now, I don't have patience and I don't care enough about Trotsky, but this does not sound like his... It doesn't sound like his voice from what I can tell. And these dots are a little suspicious in my opinion, and I think this is out of context.
Whole country, compulsory for every worker, is the basis of socialism. Although it's popular to despise Trotsky as some sort of unique tyrant, he was saying...
No, he was not a tyrant. He was a traitor. He was like he wasn't even in charge. Come on. Wow.
Nothing that most of the Bolsheviks didn't believe themselves and weren't enacting on a daily basis.
The Bolshevik committee of 17 Jews, 1 Armenian, 1 Georgian, and 1 Russian. Yeah, this kind of sounds like fascist slander, but how on earth do you know what was in their minds and hearts? By the way, who are the Bolsheviks? There were at least 500,000 by now. So does he mean the 20 Jews in the leadership, or does he mean the 500,000 people who were in various different levels, or does he mean all of Russia? I mean, this is ridiculous. But you don't know what the hell?
Trotsky merely spoke in less propagandistic language than the rest of them.
You're joking. Trotsky was the chief propagandist. Okay. My God, this is dumb. Like Stalin probably spoke in the most plain language, and he was always earnest. So, how do you know? Okay, how the bleep do you know what language they spoke and you don't speak Russian or Georgian or any of the languages that Stalin or Lenin speak? So why are you commenting about their language? Dunning-Kruger. Like, I don't think you should be commenting about their language if you don't speak Russian and you haven't read it.
Veiled his intentions under less deception. In doing so, he explicated Bakunin's other prediction that the centralist tendency will centralize all commercial, industrial, agricultural, and even scientific production, and then divide the masses into two armies, industrial and agricultural.
Okay, Bakunin is basically describing the process of industrialization. Everyone knows that, like, my God, this is not a new prediction. And on top of it, the point of our revolution is to create a new privileged class because that's what a dictatorship of the proletariat means. My God.
Under the direct command of state engineers, who will constitute a new privileged scientific and political class. By March of 1921, the Civil War was officially over, but the state capitalist configuration of the economy had not changed at all. After enduring several years of so-called war communism, the workers had begun to realize the sacrifices they made in the name of centralization and were beginning to
Okay, I think this is what we call projection. Things like they got food that they didn't. I mean, seriously, what more do you need? Like, this is Western projection at its worst.
agitate widely. Tired of suppression in the opposition parties, they built a movement as non-party workers and demanded a return to the ideals of the revolution.
Oh, really? On their own, without the British funding them, without the British, like, say, giving them a gun to shoot Lenin. Actually, it was a tripartite conspiracy with fuck us, France. How does fuck us go? I'm trying to remember. It is the cabal. Like, it is, let's see. Okay, so it is, let's try this again. France, UK, US. So then it is so then it is F comes from France, UK. Found it. Yep. See, the fuck us group. France, UK, US. They're always together. So I just like calling fuck us. Okay. Yeah, they were I mean, any even cursor, just look at actually, you don't even have, you just have to download the records from the British Foreign Services Office. All of it is declassified. This is like and those records are in English.
At this point, if one is trying to read the Bolshevik dissolution of worker control in the Russian Revolution as motivated by material conditions, it would be appropriate to expect that this would have been the right time to hand control back over to the workers.
What? Okay. He defines control to the workers as having stupid co-ops. So he wants to have stupid co-ops so that the British can, but you don't understand that there's a book called The Great Conspiracy Against Soviet Russia, written by somebody who was employed by the US State Department. Like, you don't even understand the wrecking, the sabotage, the death squads. But and then there's the Nazis. Like, the Nazis were created to oppose the Bolsheviks. Like, they were created to destroy the USSR. In the West, they'll like kind of like dance around it. But Hitler's very first speech in 1922, when he was mysteriously being funded by all these like really big people, and you will see this. So, what he wants, like, again, this is just not. He is defining what it means for it to have workers' control on himself without inspection, and then assuming that somebody in 1900s Russia has the same kind of desires, and it's not the will of the people. Don't tweet reckless stuff. Please be careful.
Indeed, if this were a dictatorship of the proletariat in any way, this is the precise juncture at which the state would have attempted to dissolve itself.
Are you effing kidding me? This is when they put Mussolini in power. This is where capitalists met to destroy the Soviet Union and kill everyone. My God, this was 1922 was when they first hired, when all these Baltic Germans hired. Oh, sorry. This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. This was when the okay, let me share this. Oh my God, this is stupid. He wanted the USSR to dissolve itself at this time. Help from America to Bavarian Fascisti, 1922. Funds from overseas, interesting. 1922 has Henry Ford's portrait, and Ernst Hanfangel is like a Baltic German. 1923. Yes, the state should totally dissolve itself now. I mean, are you fucking kidding? Like, this is just insanity. So he was notice how the New York Times in 1923 called Mussolini a new renaissance? And this is my favorite. It's 1922. Mussolini is the new hope. Like, his look fucking Skywalker. This is not when the state needs to dissolve itself, because there's a bigger trust. There is a bigger enemy coming. Are you nuts? Are you nuts? Are you nuts?
But quite the opposite of this took place at the 10th Party Congress. Instead, Lenin proposed the banning of all political parties, and thus a final consolidation of power in the state.
Thank God for that. They might not have survived the Nazis otherwise. A political party is an organ of state power, and it's also an organ of class power. So banning opposition parties when you have a dictatorship of the proletariat is wise. And thank God for that.
The non-party workers' movement was a final threat that had to be destroyed. Mass arrests and suppression followed. But even this did not defeat the spirit of the workers to take back their revolution.
What are you talking about? They are setting. What the hell is this? Okay, and don't learn how to Photoshop. Learn how to use After Effects or something. This stock footage thing is really irritating. Also, if you weren't really stupid, you don't have to go to a Western source, but you can go to the Russian state archives and download the same thing without the stock footage.
In Petrograd, spurred by extremely long workdays, by unheated homes, by lack of food.
Okay. The reason why they had unheated homes was because there was a blockade, and there was no fuel. Lack of food, the czar, like, you cannot grow wheat magically in, like, it takes a whole cycle to, like, you plant the wheat, like, you just can't magically grow. It'll take some time to, like, grow the wheat and make food. Like, you can't, like, plants are not spontaneous, they're not replicators where you can just say food. So there was no food at this time. So the riots for, like, when there is no food to get, like, if somebody's withholding food, you can do riots for food. But when there is no food and you are destroying the means of production, you are hurting any future possibility of getting food. So, wow.
Anger at the inequality of the rations between workers and party bureaucrats.
Let's check this, actually. This is the Lenin always, like, hyper focused on stupid crap like this. So let's look at who had bigger rations. Worker, I believe the farm people had the biggest rations because they had to work at a farm. And rations are needed when there is a scarcity of food. Let's see what Lenin says. Concerning the decree on work rations. First category, mental office work. Second, manual work. Third, heavy work. Special exemptions for the children and the sick. Non-industrial towns should okay. So either start. Okay. Okay. So okay. Let's see. So okay. Let me see. Where is the rations? Okay. Give me 1 second. Here it is. Okay. Here's where he obsesses. Okay. So give me 1 second. I know. Just give me 1 second. I need to get some. Somebody's at the door. So just give me a second. Dinner just came. Yes, this is a long ass stream because I am determined to finish this stream. And thank you for all the troopers here, because I don't want to, like, I have so much half done streams because I have to explain so much that I don't get too much finished. So this one I am determined to finish.
by the decisions of the 10th Party Congress and a complete absence of remuneration from the Bolsheviks, workers began mass strikes and protests.
No, my God. Okay, there was literally no food, but we were checking that. Okay, like, there's one thing when there is food that's being withheld, and that's the assumption. No, food was not a capital. Food was not being withheld. There was no food. Thank you so much. What should I do? I'll remember the email, but did you delete that where he shares the email, because I don't want people to, yeah. Pasta. Anyways, yeah, he's talking about the Petrograd thingy. Yeah, there was literally no food. Lenin's food distribution system. Hold on, I found it. Okay. Let's see. Just give me 1 second. I have too many tabs open. Okay. Okay, so he this was written. Okay, this is a typo in Marxists. So this is what he says. Perhaps we could supply a ration where it's like from 1 to 10, and then 10 is for hold on, somebody's at the door. Give me 1 more minute. Okay, sorry. Somebody was at the door. So the assumption is that there was food to be distributed, like a capitalist country, but there wasn't any, literally. And Lenin basically had, actually people like Lenin gave himself the smallest ration because he was like a worker. Like, he was not a worker, but he was like he was in a desk job. The desk jobs got the smallest, and the farm workers got the biggest, because it makes sense. They're like, because back then they didn't even have tractors or anything. They had to do the digging. So there's a scale from 1 to 10, and the farm workers got most. So this is bullshit.
They were tired of being treated like empty automatons, especially if they would experience little material benefit for having suffered to defeat the White Army.
They got food. They got to be not raped by some inbred royal, or have your wife not raped by some inbred royal on the first night of your wedding or whatever. Actually, they got education for all. Their children went to school for the first time in history. This guy's such a bloody idiot.
the strikers released a statement as follows. A complete change is necessary in the policies of the government. First of all, the workers and peasants need freedom. They don't want to live by the decrees of the Bolsheviki. They want to control their own destinies. We demand the liberation of all arrested socialists and non-partisan working men.
I said that doesn't. Oh, this is very.
Abolition of martial law.
Okay, this is very interesting. Doesn't it sound like a vague notion of freedom and democracy? And then they want you to release all the terrorists, kind of like what the Venezuelan opposition or Juan Guaido wanted. The bill that they made in 2017 to release all these like psycho terrorists who killed a lot of, burnt this black man to death. Yeah, and then there's a vague notion of the liberation of all arrested socialists and that's why were they arrested, for what purpose, and then vague notions of freedom of speech. Oh, yeah, it does sound like a lot like what it would be like what if the NED were in charge of a platform. Well, we'll soon find out that the British version of the NED in 1921 or 22 was in charge of this, and this is
freedom of speech, press, and assembly for all who labor. Free election of shop and factory committees, of labor union and Soviet representatives. Alexander Berkman, still present in Russia during.
Hold on. You know what they meant by free election? Because Lenin had disenfranchised former factory owners, the bourgeoisie, and czarist officials, that they wanted to put them back in power. Who demands freedom for some relative of the czars, psychos? And Alexander Berkman, he's the ice cream shop dude, and he was I don't know much about him, but Emma Goldman was definitely look up what she thought of eugenics. Yeah. Yes, noodles.
During these movements, reported that the workers were being arrested en masse by the Bolsheviks, and that any of the trade unions who were still radical enough to participate were being dissolved by the government. Meanwhile, at Kronstadt, a key naval base, tensions were rising.
Okay. It says smert, which means death, and bourgeoisie something. I can't read bourgeoisie, death to the bourgeoisie, I guess. Okay, we're gonna do the Kronstadt rebellion. Okay, I'm prepared for this.
These Kronstadt sailors were not some fringe contingent. In fact, they had been implemental in the success of the Bolsheviks during the early days of the revolution, called the pride and glory of the Russian Revolution by Trotsky himself. But after they sent a delegation to survey what was taking place with the striking workers, and seeing how the state was doing everything it could to dismantle the revolt, they issued a statement outlining their demands, in solidarity with the strikers. Berkman recounted the mood as follows. Great nervous tension in the city. The strikes continue. Labor disorders have again taken place in Moscow. A wave of discontent is sweeping the country. Peasant uprisings are reported from Tambov, Siberia.
I looked up the Tambov thing, and by peasants I mean landlords, rural. Okay. hold on. Hold on. I'm going to read. I'll tell you exactly what happened at the Kronstadt rebellion.
The Ukraine and Caucasus. The country is on the verge of
Why did you just call it Ukraine?
desperation. It was confidently hoped that, with the end of civil war, the communists would mitigate the severe military regime. The government had announced its intention of economic reconstruction, and the people were eager to cooperate. They looked forward to the lightening of the heavy burdens, the abolition of wartime restrictions, and the introduction of elemental liberties. The fronts are liquidated, but the old policies continue, and labor militarization is paralyzing industrial revival. It is openly charged that the Communist Party is more interested in entrenching its political power than in saving the revolution. An official manifesto appeared.
Okay. Well, isn't... Okay, they're both the same thing. Why do you think they're different things? Like, this is like, I wish the Nazis had... You might as well just say, I wish the Nazis had won at this point. Come on.
Appeared today. It is signed by Lenin and Trotsky and declares Kronstadt guilty of mutiny. The demand of the sailors for free Soviets is denounced as a counter-revolutionary conspiracy against the proletarian republic.
This is literally true. So, okay. So, oh my, let me see if I can finish. Bolshevik has a really good one on this. But okay. What you'll okay. So the first thing you'll realize is okay. One second. Give me one more second. Let me find it. But like, finish both. Give me 1 second. I'll explain what happened. The sequence of events. Okay, I'll just read out of this. Actually, the sequence of events are a little bit out of order, but who cares? Okay, just remember the sequence of it. If you remember the sequence of events, it becomes obvious that this was all. Let's see. Let me find it. Kronstadt. Polish plan. Failure. Kolchak. Where was it? Cornelia. Plot against the revolution. Chapter 9, I believe. Let me go there. Okay, I found it. Two circumstances facilitated the outbreak of the Kronstadt mutiny: the deterioration in the composition of the ship crews and the weakness of the Bolshevik organization in the Kronstadt. Nearly all the old sailors who had taken part in the October Revolution were at the front and heroically fighting in the ranks of the Red Army. The naval replenishment consisted of new men who had not been schooled in the revolution. These were perfectly raw peasant mass who gave expression to the peasantry's discontent with surplus appropriation system. So basically, these were a little bit of a petty bourgeois people who were upset that Stalin stole some of their excess grain that they were hoarding and feeding people. Okay. As for the Bolshevik, it had been greatly weakened by a series of so they kept on sending Bolsheviks to the front because they didn't have enough soldiers. So then whoever was like left and not dead was the Bolsheviks. So it became easy for the West to like do whatever crap they wanted. This enabled the socialist revolutionaries, Mensheviks, and the White Guards to worm their way into Kronstadt and seize control of it. The mutineers gained possession of the first-class fortress, flee. Oh, it was a looting. Okay, got it. Quantity of the arms and ammunition. The international counter-revolutionaries were triumphant, but the jubilation was premature. The mutiny was quickly put down by the Soviet troops. Against the Kronstadt mutineers, the party sent its finest sons and daughters. Delegates to the Red Army men advanced on the Kronstadt across thin sheets of ices. It broke in places and many drowned. The almost impregnable fortress of Kronstadt had been taken by storm. Loyalty to the revolutionary bravery and readiness to die for the Soviets won the day. The fortress of Kronstadt fell before the onslaught of the Red troops. The Kronstadt mutiny was suppressed. Maybe, I don't know. But what we do notice is that I'm gonna link to the Finnish Bolsheviks when he goes like the problem with this is the sequence of events is a little off with the way Stalin explains it. The Finnish Bolshevik does. Let me see if I can play. Let me see if I can download and play it because no, I'm not. We're not doing that. That would be a deviation. I'll just link it so that found it. Never mind. Okay. Okay. So the leader of the mutiny was a political adventurer named Stepan Petrichenko. He was an anarchist in Ukraine. He was also Okay, he was also a Ukrainian nationalist, and his first name was Stepan. My God. Okay, so just watch this. He's good. Okay, I knew it. It was like, see, Stalin somehow didn't go through the sequence, but this is funny. Watch this.
Members of the Communist Party are ordered into the mills and factories to rally the workers to the support of the government against the traitors. Kronstadt is to be suppressed.
Rally the workers. Why would the government need to rally, as in persuade the workers to take up arms against these psychos? Oh, because it's not that as authoritarian as you think.
Pressed. Correspondence shows that Kronstadt sent word that we want no bloodshed. Not a single communist has been harmed by us.
That's a lie. There was bogus rumors which quickly roused the passion of the sailors. It was said that the government troops had fired on Vasily Island and strike leaders were being shot in the cellars of the Cheka. See, that's like bullshit. And then a mass meeting was held in Kronstadt where anti-communist statements and lies were spread. The meeting was orchestrated in such a way that the communists were not allowed to speak. the delegate of soldiers proposed that all communists be arrested like Hitler did. So they were trying to just like do a coup in the Shakhtar, like literal the Jakarta style coup.
The Bolsheviks did not care, however. Such an affront had filled their eyes with blood. Trotsky released a statement that said, "The workers have come out with dangerous slogans. They have made a fetish of democratic principles. They have placed the workers' right to elect representatives above the party, as if the party were not entitled to assert its dictatorship."
This is taking out all the context, even for Trotsky. What he's saying is that they have made like freedom, democracy promotion. That's just like the first sign that it's like a U.S. backed, a U.S. Britain fuck us backed coup. So he's right. Also, the party is literally the party of the working class, as in, and so, yeah, you do not have to let fascists speak, or future fascists, especially the leader was a Ukrainian nationalist, so you don't have to let murderous fascists ever take control of the state. So this is, again, the West being upset that Stalin would not lose. Or Lenin. No, Lenin had a stroke. It's mostly Stalin, actually.
Even if that dictatorship temporarily clashed with the passing mood of the workers' democracy.
Okay, there are 2 million workers. Most of them are concentrated in like the West near Europe. And there are 100 million peasants. So if you're going to have a real democracy and the peasants don't want to have a great interest in not wanting to be slaughtered by czarist death squads, his statement is right. And I hate the fact that I have to defend Trotsky's statement. Like, at least don't take Trotsky out of context and make me defend him.
Berkman, again on March 7th. Distant rumbling reaches my ears as across the Nevsky. It sounds again, stronger and nearer, as if rolling toward me. All at once, I realize that artillery is being fired. It is 6 p.m. Kronstadt has been attacked.
By whom? Who fired the artillery? Oh, it's the Ukrainian nationalists who stole the ammunitions. Oh my God.
And then, days of anguish and cannonading. My heart is numb with despair. Something has died within me. The people on the streets look bowed with grief, bewildered. No one trusts himself to speak. The thunder of heavy guns rends the air. 10 days later, he writes in his diary, "Kronstadt has fallen today. Thousands of sailors and workers lie dead in its streets. Summary execution of prisoners and hostages continues."
Wait, is A-Nark here? In this chat? Is he here? This is funny. Okay. Yeah, this is literally, thank God that, okay, this is where you in Wikipedia, if you type in like, I forget, something in Ukraine, 1941, you will see that like the Soviets are shooting ethnic German soldiers in 1941, and you're like, thank God for that. Well, okay, so in March 18 of 1921, they had a machine of the machine guns that they stole. They literally came and just like killed all these like poor people who were communists. So the Shustov, who was a Ukrainian nationalist, okay, so Lenin had pointed out that these were vague demands and it was inevitable because they were basically trying to get the white guards, like white armies all over, like there were these new entire countries of white armies like Poland and Finland and now Germany. And so so basically, yeah, you'll realize that it was BS. Okay.
Berkman notes on March 18th the irony that,
just so we know, the summary executions were done by the counter-revolutionary Ukrainian nationalists who were funded probably by the by the fuck-us, not by the Bolsheviks. Just so we understand. And the summary execution was of the communists.
the victors are celebrating the anniversary of the Commune of 1871. Trotsky and Zinoviev denounced Thiers and Gallifet for the slaughter of the Paris rebels.
Because, so basically on the anniversary of the Paris Commune, the Bolsheviks won and killed the counter-revolutionaries. That sounds appropriate.
After the Bolsheviks slaughtered the strikers, they went on to smear the Kronstadt sailors and all those who took part in the mass demonstrations as being inside plotters who were trying to coup the government.
That's literally what they were doing. Because literally, mutiny is. I mean, they were not inside plotters, as in. They were definitely working with the Fuck Us Alliance, France, UK, US. So I don't know if they're inside plotters, but they were definitely also of Ukrainian nationalists. And like Ukrainian nationalists were so disgusting, even the Nazis found them a little too extreme with their anti-Semitism.
Once more, anarchism is associated with the revolutionary demands of socialism by Lenin when he calls the worker revolts petty bourgeois, syndicalist, anarchist.
Okay, by the way, Lenin uses anarchist in a slightly different manner, but they were more than petty bourgeois. Lenin was being kind. He should have called them imperialists, like pawns of the empire.
Caused in part by the entry into the ranks of the party of elements which had still not completely adopted the communist worldview. But the reality of the matter didn't escape the people. During the years of 1921 to 1922 would come the first of two enormous spikes in suicide rates among communists in Russia. In 1923, M. Reisner wrote, "It's hardest of all for the revolutionary romantics. The vision of a golden age unfolded so close to them. Their heart..."
What the hell are you talking about? Let me look at. Okay, this sounds insane. Actually, I'm sure the what's he talking about? Okay, so alleged okay, so no one knows actually people who's like committed suicide because it's projected data. And okay okay, projected by Stepan Bandera's cousin or somebody. Okay, I'm gonna throw this away. Reisner. Oh, okay.
Hearts burned out and sad stories are circulating. Here, one of our war heroes went home and shot himself. He couldn't stand vile little squabbles any longer. One drop in the cup overflowed. By 1923, even Lenin recognized that the dream of socialism had died in Russia, and that it was the fault of the bureaucratic
Baltic. Mikhail Reisman is apparently of Baltic German extraction. Anyways, no, Lenin did not do that. You are confusing Lenin's future warning also, like about how you should like constantly pare it down. Yeah, Mikhail Reisner is a Baltic German. Yeah, it's exactly as bad as it sounds. I'm sorry, but it, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, generally like, yeah. So the thing about Baltic Germans, people don't realize, is that they were literally the slave owners. Like the Germans came to the Baltics and bought up land. So everyone, like, if you look at even if you look at Estonian fascist sites, like they'll show you how much land that the Baltic Germans owned and how they owned all the industry and stuff. Like there was no such thing as a Baltic German proletariat, because if you were a worker, you would go to Germany and live a better life. So they were, anyways. Yeah, you should just like discard. Baltic German is the first thing that I do. If somebody says they're a Baltic German, I'm just gonna throw away their opinion. And no, I'm not being reverse racist against Baltic Germans.
domination of the workers. Maurice Meisner, in a work which we will use extensively in the next part of this video series, recounts this story. Less than 5 years after the Russian Revolution, Lenin pondered.
Maurice Meisner. Whose side do you think he fought on? Okay. He's not. Oh Lord. Okay, he's a Cold War historian. Jesus Christ. Okay, he's a Cold War historian. University of Chicago. Okay. Opinion discarded. And he wrote a lot of anti-China propaganda. Okay.
Why the new Soviet order had quickly become so bureaucratic and oppressive. On his deathbed, he somberly concluded that he had witnessed the resurrection of the old Tsarist bureaucracy, to which the Bolsheviks had given only a Soviet veneer.
No, because there's a big difference between liberating the camps and creating the camps, and there's a big difference between being the fascist and shooting the fascists. So this is like the drill tweet, and Isaac, whatever. Okay, given the historical context of Germany and how they controlled, there's a lot of things you have to kind of understand to understand why you should be suspicious of any Baltic German.
Lenin's worst fears were soon realized with the massive bureaucratization of the Soviet state and society during the Stalinist era, and the unleashing of what Isaac Deutscher called an almost permanent orgy of bureaucratic violence. In these same deathbed reflections,
permanent orgy of bureaucratic violence. That sounds great. I wish the orgy was bigger, because then you have saved millions of lives when the fascists came. So it should have been a bigger orgy of bureaucratic violence against fascists. But
Lenin said he was guilty before
By 1923, Lenin had 3 strokes. He did not speak because he had 3 strokes by then. He was paralyzed. So Lenin did not say any of this.
For the workers of Russia, for having not warned them about the ruthless concentration of power sooner. Of course, it would not have mattered if he had told them or not. As soon as the first decrees by Lenin had been issued which allowed the state to nationalize anything which could be deemed pertinent to the state, he had, himself, set the stage to destroy the revolution. It's cold comfort to the martyred workers that he lamented those mistakes.
Screw you! I mean, people don't understand what Lenin did for this world. My God, this is an infinite wrong onion. And we have to listen to him bloviating about Lenin when you've done nothing useful.
In the years to follow, suppression not only persisted but escalated prolifically. Economic control would never return to the embryonic socialism of 1917.
Probably because you developed more industry. My God, and then the US got nukes. My God, this is so stupid.
Quite the contrary, the Bolsheviks would carry out a series of 5-year market experiments, and in doing so, the USSR would sacrifice even its questionably revolutionary state centralization and begin a slow decline back into traditional capitalist property relations.
Now, literally, this is Stalin cucking Henry Ford. After the 5-year plan, you see the tanks rolling into Berlin and causing Hitler to commit suicide. Because he's from America and he's stupid and he has Dunning-Kruger syndrome. Like, I don't understand how you can be so unself-aware that you think it's okay to comment about a language you don't like. Do I ever comment about Croatian linguistics? Yet, because I don't speak Croatian.
Indeed, the institutions of the new economic plan would prove so discouraging for the Russian revolutionaries that between 1924 to 1926, there would be a doubling of the level of suicides that had occurred after Kronstadt.
Were they all suicides, or is this some fascist bragging?
7 times the average for party communists and 15 times the average for those in the Red Army.
This sounds like a lot of fascist fifth column sabotage, but whatever.
It's hard to blame the Russian revolutionaries for such hopelessness. All means of forcing the leadership of the USSR to meet the needs of the people and to fulfill their vanguard promises had failed.
Nope. And this was Stalin robbing a bank to fund the revolution. So next time we go until you can successfully rob a bank and escape from Gulag twice, go screw yourself. Yes. Well, no. The ice pick is for trots. This is the nicest thing somebody's ever told me, how they became a Stalinist after encountering me. It's like the sweetest, like literally the best compliment you can ever give me is me turning you from a trot to a Stalinist.
While the workers suffered miserably and fought valiantly to safeguard the revolution, the Bolsheviks crushed their dreams of socialism under heel and ruthlessly turned back all the progress that had been made toward worker control.
Is he going to also talk about how Stalin's a secret Muslim? Stalin was the first one. They had the birther conspiracy where he was actually related to the Sultan of Persia, because he was Asiatic. Georgia, he was Asiatic. But you don't understand, like, a lot of like this anti-Stalin stuff is just like unhinged, pure racism, because they could not believe that after the Tsar, this Asian guy, this primitive Asiatic, Asian, dark-skinned, dark-haired, possibly Persian, whose mom was probably related to Genghis Khan. Oh, by the way, these are all Trotsky's words. Could be the leader of Europeans. So it's like pure racism.
The state, an inherently centralized entity made even more centralized by Leninist mutation of Marxist rhetoric, had suffocated the birth of revolutionary socialism in Russia. And it was not only domestic. The USSR would go on to sabotage the anarchists who had enacted socialism in Civil War Spain.
How? It was a bleeping third world country. In fact, they were barely holding on. The people who sabotaged the anarchists in Spain are the fascists who were near Spain. So it's real. Like, why the bleep should Asians be rescuing Europeans? Like, so Spain is an imperial colonizer, and you want a third world country to come and rescue you? No, screw that. White people, you need to go rescue yourself for a change instead of relying on Asiatics. Yeah, like, also, this is really kind. Even then, the USSR was kind enough to give some weapons to whoever was in charge of Spain towards the end to stop Franco. But even then, these people are not grateful. But like, this is literally like expecting Somalia to come and save Ferguson, the people at Ferguson. It's a ridiculous ask.
To invade the free territories of Ukraine, to attempt repeated destruction of the market socialism of Yugoslavia.
What are you talking about? You do realize the free territories of Ukraine was the... Wait, is he talking about the Makhno one, or is he talking about the Bandera one? It was like literally the fascist... You mother idiot. Okay, and now they didn't really do anything to Yugoslavia. My God. Ugh. Tito was the first one to tell Stalin to fuck off and die of a long life. Tito died in 1980. And it's... By the way, I had to ask. I was yesterday with Maximilian Matsukovich, and we were wondering, where exactly is Tito buried? What are you talking about? Okay, so Yugoslavia is one of the few countries that basically liberated itself. Thank God for that. And this was like right after World War I, and they didn't really sabotage anything. Oh my God, this is just like right after World War II. Sorry, so sorry.
And to undermine almost every single other place where actual worker control was enacted during its lifetime. The Soviet state could tolerate only unquestioning submission, and was therefore second only to the United States in its sabotage of worker movements.
You bloody idiot! Okay, without the Soviet Union, there would be no India and China. We would still be England and England's heroin den. Literally every liberation movement has been, thank God, literally, if you ask anyone in the third world. It was funny, a few weeks ago, my roommate had a friend who was from Cameroon over, and then he saw my Grover Fur book on Stalin, and he's like, "Oh, I love Stalin," and he borrowed that book. And here is my Stalin picture that I hang, that I have right with here. like I said, I don't have any Hindu gods because well, you know what Hindu is, but I do have Stalin and Lenin. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I know this sounds a little cult of personality-ish, but at least I have a cult of personality over people who deserve a cult of personality as opposed to some loser like Macno. Okay, I knew it because Lenin could not speak. He had his third stroke by then. Yeah.
During the 20th century. But even after all of this, one might be tempted to imagine, what if the ideology of the rulers in the central apparatus was of a sort which actually made an attempt to dissolve and dismantle bureaucracy?
Then we would be celebrating Lebensraum Day in the last Thursday of November in Moscow.
What if we applied some of the anarchist critiques of the state, but didn't abandon the notion completely? Our next video, Inspecting Revolutionary China, will serve to answer such questions. As we shall see, even with the ostensibly anti-bureaucratic and unorthodox approach of Mao Zedong, no amount of recuperation can ever solve the inherent antagonisms between the workers and the state. It's not a matter of which leader sits in the seat of power. The seat of power itself is the enemy to the proletarian revolution.
There's a cat. That's obnoxious.
Thanks for watching, everybody. If you want to help spread the work I'm...
My God, that was horrific. Okay, so you want a bedtime, somebody asked for a bedtime story. Okay, I've never streamed this long before, but why not? Okay, so Barbara Pitt bedtime story. Let me see if I can invent one on the fly. You've heard about all these people that that communists victimized, but none like Tito. So in 1941, the evil Nazis set up a puppet state called the Ustazi with its puppet, Ante Pavlich. They were so cruel. They had this camp called Jasenovac where thousands died and millions were killed in the most disgusting way. But fear not, the Yugoslavian partisans came together. They were Serbs, Croats, Bosnians, Slovenians, Macedonians, and even Italians coming together as one to fight this evil. They didn't care. It was the unity of Christians, Muslims, Jews, Catholics, Orthodox, and there was a lot of love. Well, the partisans got together and defeated the fascists. And then in one day, there were thousands of Ustazi soldiers, and they just were all in the prisoner. They came, so they realized that if they let these prisoners go, they were going to come back and form a coup. So they drove them in a truck 5 by 5 and then threw them in the mines. And that was the end. Okay, anyways, I will help spread my work though. Anyways, I hope you like that bedtime story. I'll make a better bedtime story about the Barbara Pitt massacre. And it was a good one. there's a funny New York Times like cope about that where they're like, mass graves, communist mass graves found, and then you realize it's those of like Nazis and Ustazi, and you're like, okay, good, not enough. Anyways, with that, I say is it Slabodu Narodu I Smirti Fascisti.